All right, the hour of 6:30 has arrived. We'd like to start this business meeting of Urbana School District 116. Roll call, please.
Member Jones?
Here.
Member Baxley?
Here.
Member Hasanaka?
Here.
Member Staton? Member Langendorf here. Vice President Exum?
Here.
President Pulowski?
Here, are there any additions, corrections, or modifications to tonight's agenda? Hearing none, it's now time for citizen statements. If anybody wishes to make a statement for the board, please fill out a goldenrod sheet, which are located on the table over there, and hand them to Lori Johnson, who is seated right there. We have a very long list of speakers tonight, so we're going to be adhering to the board policy for 5 minutes, special accommodations for language translations and such things. First up is CK Muzeos. Sorry, I'll put my mic closer.
Ready? Good evening. I'm C.K. Gonzalez. I started speaking to you after more than 20 years of minding my own business because I'm so concerned and alarmed about the loss of public trust in the district because of the process issues. Along with these parents and community members, I implore you to start listening to your community and constituents. I speak to you as a former board member with the experience of sitting in your chair. I spent 12 years on this board, 10 years of it as its president. Long school board service taught me there will always be people who are unhappy with the hard decisions you have to make. It also taught me that the vast majority of the community are people of goodwill who want the best thing for our students and teachers. When they have facts, real facts, and are treated with respect through transparent processes, reasonable people, even ones who disagree with your choices, can understand and accept those decisions. I speak from experience on hard decisions, as I participated in many, including redistricting, including initiating and implementing equity audit recommendations, the first equity audit, making significant and painful budget cuts more than once, challenging union negotiations when the district had financial challenges. Also, in that era, our board and community worked together to pass a referendum overwhelmingly by 83%, which I take as a sign of public trust in the district at the time. You have now repeatedly, over the course of 18 months, made decisions with virtually no input on information that shifted constantly without listening to reasonable questions for data or information that undermines your rationale for decisions. In my time bringing you my concerns in public, my comments have been rejected by some board members because I have no children in the schools. Others, parents and community members alike, have had their comments rejected because you followed your administration's advice and dismissed their concerns, citing information provided to you by the administration. No public entity, and a school district is a public entity, can survive or thrive when it consistently rejects all input from its constituencies. And let me assure you that children in the schools are not. Residents of this city pay significant taxes directly or through their rent to this school district, and are voices you should hear, not reject. You have made and have before you significant decisions that are transforming this school district, all without a plan. In just the time I've been coming to board members to speak to you, you have closed an elementary school, moved from 6 to 5 and now potentially to 4 elementary schools, abandoned the district's commitment to neighborhood schools, acted to create a new middle school campus, and committed funds that will now not be available again for 10 or 15 years. And yet, you keep saying you'll do a strategic plan later, after all these transformational changes are done deals. I don't get this, folks. None of this should have happened in the absence of a sense of direction and strategy that was openly developed and debated, including community voices. I'm here to add my voice to all of these parents to ask you to stop and do no harm. Make no more decisions that will move scores, if not hundreds of children, cost us in teacher recruitment and retention, and spend money that will not again be available for many, many years. Stop. Engage in true open processes run by someone other than central office, and listen to your community. There is no shame and nothing unethical or inappropriate in board members stepping up and providing stewardship for the district, as is your duty, to put this all on pause. Even topics on which the board has already voted are fair game to raise again. This is the way democracy works. Elected board members may raise issues when new concerns or new information arises that causes them to rethink or question decisions that have been made. trust is fragile. Involve and engage your community in an open process. Center student learning in every decision and talk about how student learning will be improved by the decisions you make. Please do all you can to rebuild and restore trust so we can all work together to provide the very strongest public education possible in the face of admittedly very challenging circumstances. I thank you for your service, and I implore you to listen to your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Next up is David Apollonio.
Can you hear me? There? Okay. So I'm going to read this in Spanish then in English. Here we go. Buenas tardes, queridos de la Mesa de Educación. Mi nombre es David Apolonio. Sé que algunos de ustedes me conocen desde hace unos años porque sus hijos han sido mis compañeros de clase o porque ha sido con mi madre. Hoy les voy a contar mi experiencia usando el autobús escolar desde los 3 años, que ha sido mi fiel transporte para asistir a la escuela. He viajado en muchos autobuses. El primer autobús fue el 34, luego viajé el 46, seguido por el autobús 47, un tiempo después el autobús 25, y ahora viajo en el autobús 40 y ocasionalmente en el autobús 52. La charla amistosa que tengo con mis amigos por la mañana antes de entrar al colegio es algo que siempre nos resulta gratificante. No lo cambiaría por nada. Sé que muchos no tienen este privilegio. Muchos han decidido que es mejor idea caminar a la escuela. Les digo que nunca tuve esa opción, ni mis compañeros. Los jóvenes que actualmente estamos en lenguaje dual, casi siempre hemos tenido que subirnos a un autobús para ir a la escuela o regresar a nuestras casas. Siempre nos levantamos más temprano porque tenemos que prepararnos para llegar a la escuela a tiempo o a la parada de autobús, porque sabemos que si el autobús se va no podremos asistir a la escuela. En más de una ocasión he tenido que perder el autobús. Cuando eso pasa, mi mamá tiene que llevarme a la escuela. Hemos pasado muchas cosas a lo largo de los años. Hemos tenido una vecina específica que nos llamó a la policía por esperar autobús afuera de su casa. Sé que en sus barrios eso no sucedería porque ningún vecino les gustaría extraño a ver un grupo de niños latinos afuera de su casa esperando el autobús. Debido a esta situación, el conductor de bus tuvo que mover nuestra parada, pero gracias a Dios todo se resolvió de una buena manera. He tenido la suerte que mi madre siempre me acompañaba hasta la parada del autobús y esperaba que subiera el autobús antes de poder regresar a casa. He sido muy feliz de poder abordar el autobús para llegar a la escuela porque las conversaciones que tengo con mis amigos me hacen feliz. Me hace sentir parte de algo importante, me hace sentir parte de algo de un grupo. Estas charlas no pueden ocurrir cuando llegas justo antes de entrar a la escuela. He viajado por ciudades desde que tenía 3 años y a veces más de 45 minutos antes de poder llegar a la escuela, lo que me permite comprender las dificultades que los padres de mis compañeros creen que pueden enfrentar sus hijos en lugar de caminar a la escuela sin tomar el autobús. Solo puedo decirte que no debes tener miedo, hemos sobrevivido. Por eso es cierto de cualquier otro niño puede sobrevivir viajando al autobús. No hemos perdido manos o pies por viajar al autobús escolar. Tenemos muy buenos conductores y confiamos en ellos. Afortunadamente para los jóvenes que viven cerca de las escuelas, hay parques disponibles donde pueden realizar sus rutinas de caminata todos los días y si es necesario que lo hagan. Del lado de la ciudad de que yo vivo no tenemos parques para hacer esas caminatas. En conclusión, un viaje de autobús a la escuela te ofrece más que solo transporte. Es la oportunidad perfecta para relacionarte con tus amigos de la escuela y conocerlos más. Muchas generaciones antes que la mía han viajado en transporte hasta hoy. No olviden que nuestros padres también pagan impuestos. Sí, somos latinos, pero también pagamos impuestos. Gracias por su tiempo. Now English. Good afternoon, dear members of the Education Board. My name is David Apolonio. I know that some of you have known me for a few years because your children have been my classmates or because you have been seeing me with my mother. Today I'm going to tell you about my experience using my school bus since I was 3 years old. It has been my faithful and loyal transportation to attend the bus. I have traveled on many buses. The first was the bus 34, then I traveled the bus 46, followed by the bus 47, sometime later on bus 25, and now I travel on bus 40, and occasionally on bus 52. The friendly chat I had with my friends in the morning before entering the school is something that I always find enjoying for us. I will not change that for anything. I know that many do not have that privilege. Many have decided that it's a better idea to walk to school. I tell them, I never had that option, nor did my classmates. The young people who are currently in dual language have almost always had to get on board on bus to make it our way to school or back to our homes. We always get picked up earlier because we have to get ready to get on the bus stop on time because we know that if the bus leaves us, we will not able to attend the school on more than on one occasion. I had to miss the bus. When that happens, my mom has to take me to school. We have been through this all over the years. We had a specific neighbor who had called the police on us for waiting the bus outside on her house. I know that your neighborhoods that shouldn't happen because no neighbor would find it strange to see a group of Latino children outside of their house waiting for the bus. Due to this situation, the bus driver had to move or stop, but thank God everything was resolved in a good way. I have been lucky that my mother has always accompanied me to the bus and waited for me to board the bus before she could return home. I have been very happy to be able to board a bus to get to school because the conversations I have with my friends makes me happy. They make me feel part of something important. They make me feel like I belong in this group. These talks cannot happen when you arrive just before entering school. I have traveled through cities since I was 3 years old and sometimes more than 45 minutes before being able to get to school, which makes me able to understand the difficulties that my classmates' parents believe. I can only tell you that you should not be afraid. We have survived, which is why I believe any other can survive traveling on the bus. We have not lost any hands or feet from riding the both school buses. We have very good drivers and we trust them. Fortunately, young people who live near schools, there are parks available where they can do their walk routines every day, and it's necessary to do so. On the side of the city where I live, we do not have parks available to take our walks if we want to do so. In conclusion, a bus trip to school offers you more than transportation. It's the perfect opportunity to interact with your school friends and get to know them better. Many generations before mine have traveled by school transportation to this day. Don't forget, our parents also pay taxes. Thanks for your time.
Next up is Kathleen Carter.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Carter, and I am a third grade dual language teacher at Dr. Williams Elementary. This is my 9th year working here in Urbana. First of all, I would like to thank you for hearing the voices of our dual language students, families, and staff, and voting yes for a K-5 Spanish dual language school for the coming school year. This has been a long time coming and will help us to ensure better educational outcomes for our students as we work to make improvements based on the Center for Applied Linguistics report from last year and our work with the Center for Teaching for Biliteracy this year. Right now, there is a large push in the community to pause all decisions that you as a board have approved. I urge you to stick with your vote and ensure that Urbana School District moves forward with the K-5 Spanish dual language school in 24-25. A large number of dual language students, families, and staff have shared a multitude of reasons why one K-5 Spanish dual language school is crucial for ensuring our students' success and improving the program. I want to highlight just a few to illustrate the importance of not pressing pause on this decision. A dual language school would be a multilingual space and culture, rather than how it is now, existing in buildings where the culture and physical environment are very much monolingual. This will help to elevate the status of Spanish and promote its use in all spaces. Students, families, and staff will be able to communicate with one another with ease. Families will be able to feel welcome and communicate with staff. This will also support the social emotional needs of our students. They will be in a space where their bilingualism or multilingualism is valued by all instead of feeling like they're on the outside. We have also spent a lot of time looking at data and discussing how to make improvements as a district recently. Being together in one school will help us to ensure high academic achievement in both languages. Opportunities for collaboration with other dual language teachers will be consistently available as our staff will all be in one space. It would also allow for the strategic groupings of students who receive Tier 3 intensive supports, ESL or newcomer supports, or special education supports, thus making better use of everyone's time. Our resources will also be consolidated and the workload of translating and adapting will be shared. All of this contributes to the recruitment and retention of staff, which is crucial for supporting student achievement. I could keep going, but ultimately combining us will help us to make sure that our students are getting the 3 pillars of dual language: bilingualism and biliteracy, high academic achievement, and sociocultural competence. In the short time since your vote, I have already seen and heard so much hope for the future. I have heard the excitement from many of my students at the idea that we could all be in a space where everyone is bilingual and where they could be with their friends, cousins, and neighbors who go to Leo. We got a chance to meet as a multilingual department last week and participate in meaningful professional development that was actually tailored to our needs and those of our students. We got a chance to collaborate with our colleagues across buildings and learn from one another. We got a chance to see a glimpse of what things could be like at a school that is dedicated to dual language. This change will be hard, and selfishly, I am saddened by the idea of being separated from my Dr. Williams family, our students, and the families who I've worked with for the past 9 years. I'm disappointed that my child likely won't get to attend Dr. Williams when he gets older. But ultimately, it's not about me and my family. It's about what's best for our students and families in the program, specifically the emergent bilingual students this program is designed for. I do not feel like I can speak to where the French dual language program should be, but would urge you to listen to our French stakeholders, especially our Congolese families, and their preferences as you decide where to place the program, whether to place both programs together or to have French remain a strand model in a building of monolingual classes. Please help us to do right by our dual language students and families and do not press pause. Please follow through with your decision to unify K-5 Spanish dual language for this 24-25 school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Maggie Byrne.
Okay, we're going to see if I can stand high enough and keep him happy. My name is Maggie Byrne. I'm a 5th grade dual language teacher at Dr. Williams Elementary. And I could stand here and say many of the same things Kathleen said, but she spoke very eloquently and much more concisely than I probably would. So instead, I want to say one repetition. Thank you so very much for hearing everything we've had to say over the last 2 years. I know we've gone through 2 different iterations of this board, but we really appreciate the incredible amount of time and respect you have given us and thoughtfulness that you have given to the decisions you've been making. I understand personally just how hard it is to be on a side of a decision that is not always well received. We're all living that right now, but we are so incredibly grateful. We would never advocate for anything this difficult for ourselves, for our students, for our families, and for all those others around us if we were not certain that this was the step that needed to happen in order to give the best possible education to the most children, specifically those for whom the program exists, emergent bilinguals who are learning English as a second language or acquiring more than 1 or 2 languages. We ask this because the need is dire. For us, this is not something that has come out of nowhere, but something we have advocated for a long time, something that needs to happen, and waiting only means putting off better education for children when we know we could be doing better. And so what I want to say is, even though not all of our families are able to come out in force, even though not all of our teachers are here every single time, this is not a decision that has been met with opposition in every field, and that there are many, many of us, including some parents and teachers who have come, who may not choose to speak tonight, but are here in support. And we just want you to know that you do have our great, great gratitude and support in this decision. And we beg that you will listen and continue to know that pressing pause would be detrimental to some children. That it may not be easy to know, but this is not a no harm situation if we do not move forward. Not doing the right thing when we know how to do better, there is harm in that. And so we please ask you not to pause, to continue forward with the courage that you had to hear us and move forward. Thank you.
Next up is Janelle Elliott.
Good evening. You'll hear from a lot of people tonight. And what I hope is clear is that we are refusing to fight with each other. We will instead continue to fight misinformation and false narratives being spread, for example, that we would be against a DL school when we are not. Contrary to rumors, we are also not against change. We are against decisions made in isolation that will end up harming hundreds of students. And we are against the lack of transparency, and we are against broken promises. We in this room are willing to partner with you. We understand that not everyone can get what might be most important to them. We know that. But we are for coming together, the board, central office, community, staff, and students, to use all of our many strengths to truly make Urbana better together. Right now in this moment, what we do want is for the board to pause. We ask you to pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and to do it right. This has been asked by many people over the last 2 years. My big ask is to pause, but I do want to bring your attention to one of the many reasons why I believe pausing needs to happen, and that's staff retention. It's a goal. It was on your agenda a few weeks ago in your community roundtable meeting. But from what I'm hearing and experiencing, the way in which you are making decisions is going to cause a massive ripple effect on teacher retention, which will directly hurt our students. I honestly can't comprehend the lack of communication that we've had over the last couple years between district and staff and then to the community. I can't imagine a world in which we wouldn't, you wouldn't, as leaders in central office and board, include a team of interventionists, ideally one from each school, as you discuss a massive change to their current role. The interventionists that I know at Yankee Ridge were some of the very best classroom teachers, and they have decades of experience in our schools, in Urbana, with our families. They have deep relationships with students who struggle, both academically and otherwise, as they see them year after year in these small groups and they can form relationships. Any new plan, I believe, should have first included their input. Let's acknowledge their expertise and all that they know and the way they know their students and how their school works. And then I would hope that they would be the first to know what changes might come to their position in the following year. Even if this is the best idea, this change of interventionists and pushing into the rooms, I believe the poor execution of it will make it a harmful change. If these, what were interventionists, stay, I believe it'll be because of their deep love for their students. They have a commitment to our schools and our students that is deep and full of love. But now they need to reapply, potentially be moved to a new school, at a time when there is a teacher shortage and openings in other districts who we know pay $10,000 more than we do. And so why not go and get a pay raise and get on your kid's schedule over in Champaign, where I'm sure they also offer hiring bonuses. The second group would be the staff that I'm concerned about would be the staff of whatever school is going to be displaced. They weren't given a heads up. There wasn't communication ahead of time. No explanation of why it might be happening at their school. They found out while watching the same board meeting as I did. And now they sit with that uncertainty for months while doing one of the hardest jobs there is right now. And then you look at the timeline. It's terrible. We will lose staff from both buildings as March is the time people start applying. So as they wait to hear what might be the future of their school, I already know of staff who have started applying in other districts. They probably would want to be in a place where their opinion is considered and conversations are had where they're shown that they are valued. But who will suffer in the end? It will be our students, specifically students at Leal and DPW. You will need to fill around 17 classrooms in a teacher shortage. And in a perfect world, you would ask the displaced teachers of either Yankee Ridge or Thomas Paine to head over there. But these are the same staff that you've left out of the conversations time and time again. They've watched it happen to Leal staff and to Wiley, and now it'll happen to them. And so many will leave. It will leave the schools at risk. DPW, the school most at risk for the last 5+ years, will now have lots of job openings. God bless first-year teachers. It is an incredible job, and the learning curve is high. But it is a fact that kids learn more with veteran staff. As you restore them to their neighborhood, you are simultaneously putting them at a further risk.
Please wrap it up.
One sentence. During a teacher shortage. The way in which you go about things matters. It matters a lot. Please stop making messes of people's lives by operating without a transparent and strategic plan. Thank you.
All right. Again, I'm going to ask everybody to please keep it to the 5 minutes, please. We have a long list, and I'm sure people, there's more who wants to speak besides the list I have. So Amy Bader is next.
Hello, my name is Amy Bader. I have 2 kids who attend Yankee Ridge, and I also have the privilege of working alongside the amazing people there. To be clear, I am not speaking for or on their behalf of anyone at Yankee Ridge. I also ask the board to pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and do this right. You are going to hear from others about what all of this change with no plan is doing to our kids. We have found plenty of information about the effects of class size, school consolidations and transitions and closings on student achievement. But I want to take just a moment to talk about our educators. The low morale, frustration, and anxiety is heartbreaking. This has been a challenging year for many of them on many different levels. Some of the changes and challenges within the district this year alone include multiple buildings with new principals. Due to Wiley closing, many teachers were relocated into new elementaries with new students and new grade level teams. All of our buildings are understaffed, with many classrooms still with long-term subs, thus putting a lot of extra workload on grade level teams. All instructional coaches and interventionists have had their jobs suddenly dissolved and had to reapply for new tiered support positions or go back into the classroom next year. This year, a new math curriculum was launched, changing the way elementary teachers taught math. Not only was this stressful and time-consuming for teachers, but the students, some of who have been taught a certain way for 5 years, had to adapt to a new way of learning math. This takes time to master for teachers and kids. And of course, there is that unknown of where some of them will be teaching next year. By themselves, none of these seem insurmountable, but together and added with the unknown of where you will be teaching next year, they are overwhelming in the worst kind of way. Next school year, there will be even more changes affecting educators, including potential increase in class size due to building changes, more buildings with new principals, new reading curriculum, potentially a new SEL curriculum, and the implementation of the Tier 1 focused co-teaching model. Teachers will have to learn how to co-teach with new interventionists that will now be pushing into classrooms instead of pulling out small groups to work in a different space. These are major changes just in the curriculum and teaching structure happening at the same time. And many will have to adjust to all of that while in a new building with a new grade level team and a new principal. Let's not forget that there is still a large number of staff who do not even know where they will be teaching next year. What is the urgency to do all of this all at once? Please consider pausing to let them just take a breath. They are tired and burnt out, and we can't afford to lose any more of our amazing teachers and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Frost.
Hi, my name is Brittany Frost. I'm here representing my multiracial family. My husband and I grew up on opposite sides of Wright Street. Don't worry, we're making it work. But we chose to live in Urbana. As our kids were approaching school age, we chose a diverse neighborhood with a mix of standalone rental properties, apartments, and owner-occupied homes, and a track record for caring for and supporting their neighborhood elementary school. We now have 1 6th grader, 2 2nd graders, and a 4-year-old. We want to raise these children in the supportive context of neighbors who know each other, walk to school together, spend time in and out of school together, and support the local school, but not at the expense of the educational outcomes of students in the district, the emotional and physical safety of students in the district, the ethnic, linguistic, and racial identities of students in this district, nor the ethnic, linguistic, and racial diversity in this district. Our 6th grader experienced some disability-related bullying at the middle school, but my son found his people, those are his words, in supportive staff and administration and friends. He got the support he needed, additionally from IEP accommodations. One of our 2nd graders attends the school in our neighborhood. Paul, it's the one that you fought for to keep there. But we have had a tough year there. She's had a building-based sub since October when her teacher took leave unexpectedly. The class was unprepared and parents were uncommunicated with. It has remained chaotic, wild are her words, and very difficult for our daughter, who now has a 504 to help her cope with anxiety and dysregulation. However, she reports that her 504 accommodations have not been instantiated, and this is corroborated with the elements that are supposed to come home and don't. This should be alarming. This is alarming. Communication is poor at every level. Yet I believe in the heart and professional care and abilities of almost all of the USD staff I've interacted with. I believe that these buildings, that these administrators do not have what they need because there's not enough qualified staff in these staff shortages, and that the administrators don't have the time to meet the needs of the students who are now in these fuller buildings. I believe we as a community need to do better for all the students in our district. Please take time to look at student achievement measures in classrooms like the one I'm talking about without licensed teachers in place. Please take the time to look for IEPs and 504 plans that are not being fulfilled. And then look at the policies and changes that led us here. My name is Brittany Frost, and I stand with the Urbana community and the Urbana School Action Coalition in demanding that the board pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes until a strategic plan is drafted and reviewed and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and do this right.
Michelle Turner.
Good evening, members of the board and community stakeholders. I am representing our King School Monarchs in addition to our collegial group of elementary principals with an urgent matter. The purpose of my presence is to discuss a matter of great importance and concern regarding the proposed integration of 6th graders into our elementary school setting. While I understand the intention behind this proposal, we firmly believe that including 6th grade students in elementary schools presents several substantial challenges that could negatively impact our learning environment, resource allocation, and overall school culture. First, the structure of K-6 buildings inherently poses difficulties for creating productive learning environments. Elementary and middle school students are at significantly different developmental stages, requiring distinct educational approaches, environments, and resources. Implementing a one-size-fits-all strategy in a K-6 setting undermines the unique needs of each age group, potentially stunting academic and social growth. Second, this integration necessitates two separate curriculums, one tailored for elementary level learning and another that aligns with middle school standards. Designing, implementing, and managing these divergent curriculums would strain our already limited resources, complicating instruction and reducing the effectiveness of our educational delivery. Moreover, space is a critical issue. Our schools are currently operating at or near capacity, and the addition of sixth grade students would complicate this matter. Incorporating additional classrooms, facilitates, and learning spaces to accommodate these students would be a logistical nightmare, if not outright impossible without significant investment and restructuring. The logistical challenges extend beyond space. We have currently optimized our lunch schedules and spaces to efficiently serve our current student population. Introducing a larger number of students will require a complete overhaul of these plans, leading to overcrowding and decreased quality of student life. Staffing and supervision represent another significant concern. With our current resources, we are stretched thin, ensuring that our students receive the attention and care they deserve. Adding sixth graders to our charge without a proportionate increase in staff would dilute the quality of supervision and instruction, potentially compromising student safety and learning outcomes. Furthermore, the introduction of sixth graders raises questions about our extracurricular programs, such as the band and strings program. Fifth grade serves as an introductory phase for this, with more formalized instruction occurring in later years. Expanding the program to include more advanced instruction for sixth graders would require additional resources, instructors, and space. Transportation is yet another logistical hurdle. Our buses are already operating at full capacity, and accommodating more students would necessitate increasing our fleet, drivers, and route planning efforts, further straining budgets and resources. Lastly, the culture and climate change that would accompany the inclusion of sixth graders cannot be overlooked. Sixth graders developmentally require a different social environment than younger elementary students. Integrating them into our elementary school could disrupt the nurturing, age-appropriate atmosphere we have worked so hard to cultivate, potentially leading to social and emotional issues across all grades. While I fully appreciate the board's efforts to explore all avenues for educational improvement, we strongly believe that the integration of sixth graders into elementary schools is not a viable solution. It poses too many challenges and risks outweighing the potential benefits. I urge the board to reconsider this proposal, taking into account the logistical, educational, and social implications it entails. Thank you for attention and consideration on this critical issue.
Thank you. Claire E. Benjamin.
Hello, my name is Claire Benjamin, and I do stand with the Urbana community and the Urbana Schools Action Coalition in demanding that the board pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, approved by all stakeholders. We need to take time to do this together and do this right. To be honest, I'm embarrassed to be sitting in front of you. The perspective that I offer is incredibly selfish and small compared to everything that you've heard so far today. My husband is a commercial airline pilot, and when we decided where to build our lives together, I said, I'm not leaving Champaign-Urbana. We need to build our lives where we have community. When you're gone 50% of the time, and I work full-time, we need people who will help me pick up the slack and keep things going on the home front. We had the good fortune to buy a house next to Brittany Frost, who you heard from earlier, and it's a dream street. We literally race each other to hand deliver eggs when someone doesn't have enough eggs to make a birthday cake. And that's a true story from last week. I could not ask for better neighbors. My 15-month-old is tucked into bed a few blocks from here, surrounded by people who love her, who are actively helping me raise her. When my mother comes to help me babysit her when I have work events that take me, through the evening, I know that she could one day, 5 years from now, walk across the street and pick my child up from work. That is if the 5 or 6 neighbors are not racing her to the front door to pick her up and take her home themselves, because that's who we're surrounded by. I made a very strategic choice in choosing a neighborhood school where we would have that support system, which is incredibly important to me. And I know I have a lot of privilege. If I needed to pay a babysitter to pick my daughter up from school because I had a work conflict, I can do that. I have the means. If I need to pull my daughter out of public school and put her in a private school, I could do that. I don't want to do that. I graduated from college in 3 years because the public school system that I graduated from gave me a year's worth of college credit. My husband is an Urbana high school graduate and now has a successful career. And I love the idea of this dual language program and what you're trying to achieve. And to be honest, that's one of the reasons we chose Yankee Ridge to begin with. We wanted that option for our daughter one day, that she might have the ability to do a dual language program, or if she has the same language processing disorder problems that her dad struggles with, she would also have the option to go to a neighborhood school. I really appreciate what you're trying to achieve here, but I don't think that this is the way to go about it. And I think that there is time to come together and come up with a solution that is not going to alienate families like ours, that is not going to make them run for the hills. I am sincerely afraid for, and I'm going to be very candid here, white flight. I mean, we're looking at a cascading effect where it's going to destroy what we have built. And I just really urge you to hear us and to take time and help us all come to a solution together. And I really, truly believe we have enough people in this room who are committed to doing that, that it's possible. And I guess I just want to conclude with saying that I know that what I've brought up here now pales in comparison to the horrors that these teachers are facing and current students like Brittany's who aren't getting the support they need with long-term subs. But I'm sitting here looking towards the future, and I'm really worried that this isn't going to be straightened out in 5 years when I am an Urbana school parent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lydia Rude. I'm a 4th grader at Yankee Ridge Elementary School and in the French dual language program. Anyways, Yankee Ridge Elementary School is a very important part of this community. I live within a few blocks of the school, and so do many of my classmates and friends. We shouldn't have to go to a school further away because of many poor ideas that do not have detailed plans. It would be a mess and make so many students sad and miserable. The Board of Education should have made central office administrators have a full and detailed plan before Wiley was closed, before a 6th grade center was voted on, before the dual language school was voted on, and before Yankee Ridge and Thomas Paine were announced as the possible places for the Spanish dual language school. Do you not actually care about all the students in the district? Why are you only listening to some people? If you really cared about the students in the district, you would have created a detailed plan and told everyone about all the schools you wanted to close and rearrange before anyone voted on anything. I'm not allowed to go to my friends' houses unless my parents know all the details. If I don't tell my parents the whole truth about something, I can get in trouble. Why should administrators in this district and the board be allowed to move hundreds of students and staff around multiple times, multiple years in a row without telling the truth and without detailed plans? I was in kindergarten when COVID hit. Most of my 1st grade year was done online, and it was difficult to learn. 2nd grade was fairly normal, no sicknesses, no surprises. In 3rd grade, the then 4th grade French class had to join our French dual language class for most of the 2nd semester. They did not get to see their English-speaking friends at Yankee Ridge because of the school schedule. And now when I'm in 4th grade French dual language, my twin brother and I rarely see non-dual language 4th grade friends except in the halls because everything we do is on the 3rd grade schedule. My sister in 1st grade has a similar problem because 1st and 2nd grade French dual language class is on the 2nd grade schedule. When my parents asked the building administration about this, they were told that it was just a negative impact of the crowded building and scheduling, and nothing was actually done to help us. If Yankee Ridge becomes a Spanish dual language school and French dual language stays there with them, all of my non-dual language friends will go elsewhere. We shouldn't have to lose our non-dual language friends because we want to learn another language. Because of the scheduling, I will probably have few opportunities to meet and spend time with other students my age, just like this year. I think the French dual language students would feel left out, like outcasts. I would like more than 1 year of normalcy and consistency in elementary school, and 5th grade will be my last chance at that. I don't understand why district administrators don't care enough to make us feel safe and secure. Why don't they care enough to keep us with teachers we know after years and years of changes? I also have good relationships with teachers. If I have to leave some or most of them, the teachers I know and am comfortable with, that would be heartbreaking. They are the teachers I have grown up with and grown to know and like. My family is stressed and nervous, and so am I. The board and central office are not saying anything, leaving us just hoping. If they would stop and think for a minute and listen to what students, staff, and families are saying, they would use money and time for important things, like turning Wiley back into an elementary school. If the board and central office continue, me and many others might stop dual language, stay with the friends and teachers. Is that what the administration and board wants? In conclusion, the board and central office should think this through. Think about the lost communities they are breaking, the friendships that are going to get lost if they continue, and the loss of learning that will happen with all the movement of students over and over and over. They need to spend their money on important things like keeping good teachers, involving families in the schools, and helping students learn more. Stop these terrible plans. Administrators keep deciding something. Few people think that maybe it's okay. Then they reveal they have another horrible plan that joins with the first one and makes everything even worse. Stop hiding information. Stop deciding things without plans and help from the community. Merci pour votre attention. Bonne soirée. Thank you for listening. Good evening.
Colin Rude.
Okay, how do you follow that up? Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that I am totally okay with getting my speech writing butt kicked by my 10-year-old daughter. She is the product of an amazing French dual language educators. I also want to acknowledge how cool it is to see engagement in action. I know you on the board and administrators are probably feeling defensive with the amount of strong opinions that are here today, but I want to remind you that this is peak community engagement. It's uplifting to see people who care so much about their school district and who are so interested in its success that they would organize and come here to make sure their voices are heard. I hope you here at the meeting today and everyone in the community doesn't take it for granted. We are lucky to have this level of passionate commitment. Now, on to matters at hand. It hurts to say this, but I think what I have observed over the past couple of years have been signs of an unhealthy school district. In many cases, the idea of community feedback has been a box that gets checked. I invited people to attend this committee, so I've done my due diligence. Or, well, you can always speak your opinion at board meetings, even though we have made a rule that board members are not to engage. That kind of bare minimum approach to stakeholder engagement belies a distrust that you have with all of us. My name is Colin Rude, and I have been a member of the Urbana community since 2007, nearly 17 years now. I have 4 children between elementary and middle school ages who all attend Urbana Public Schools, UMS, and Yankee Ridge. My spouse is an educator in the district. I have turned down job offers because I love this town and this school district so much. I look forward to a future at Urbana schools for my kids and my family. And yet, the past couple of years have challenged that sentiment. I have watched ideas get proposed, ones intended to address a very real and significant issues in our community, but lack basic objective research, or not prioritize community feedback, or be presented in a vacuum as if the only choice is to make this change or do nothing. I watch a board become more or less a rubber stamp for every idea the central office administration proposes rather than a voice of the community, asking for justification, support, feedback, reasoning, and importantly, pushing back when the community cries out. When I learned that Dr. Ivory Tatum had proposed all of these major changes without so much as a strategic plan in the nearly 5 years since she has joined this community, I really was disheartened. I can't imagine a single healthy organization whose chief executive is given the latitude to propose these major, district-altering changes with no central tenets to point to, no end goal, no success metrics, nothing. No board would allow these sorts of changes without signposts, principles, or strategic objectives. No healthy board anyway. So here we are, an engaged community, telling its board how it feels about the actions of the past few years. We are asking you to stop allowing drastic changes to be made until we all understand the why and understand what end we are building to. This community wants its district to be successful. I want dual language families to feel supported and welcomed. I want all students to succeed. I want our teachers to know they are valued, supported, and have leadership that will invest in their success. I want the Urbana community to unite behind a common goal, an understood goal, and have something we can all support as we build the Urbana School District number 116 to a better place. So I am imploring the board today to put a temporary pause on all approved and proposed changes around school designation, student school assignment, and consolidation, and ask their principal employees, the superintendent and administration, to perform their yet unfulfilled job descriptions and expectations and show us a strategic plan. Unify us behind a common cause. Show us the how and the why, and propose and enact changes that have real, research-driven support and well-developed success metrics. Dedicate yourself to Urbana's values, the closeness of the Urbana community at large and in our neighborhoods, and engage with us to enact a comprehensive plan that we will all feel good about and celebrate together. Once we are all in on a plan, we will all work to make it happen. We want this district to succeed. Our kids' successes hinge on it. If you all truly have a commitment to Urbana better together, it's time to pay attention to that word, together, and make good on that promise. Thank you.
As Allison Bassford.
My name is Allison Searing Bassford. My daughter is in kindergarten at Yankee Ridge, and my son, who turns 3 today, will enter the district in a few years. I'm here on their behalf and alongside the Urbana community and the Urbana Schools Action Coalition to ask the board to pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take time to do this together and to do this right. My family has lived in CU for nearly 10 years. When we decided to purchase our first home in the area, we chose our neighborhood in part because of its proximity to Yankee Ridge. We walked our daughter past the school for a year and a half before she started kindergarten so that we could prepare her and probably ourselves for this transition. Until then, she had only attended one daycare preschool, so the thought of her going to a new place was scary, both for her and for her parents. She made that transition this fall, and we have been really happy with our first over 100 days at Yankee Ridge. We're happy with her teacher and indeed the entire kindergarten staff who are collectively thoughtful and communicative. We are not happy with the district as a whole, with the central office, or with the board. We felt blindsided when we learned that Yankee Ridge could be closed only a year into our daughter's education. She's come home several times in the last few weeks, upset because other children have told her that her school will be closed. This after we so intentionally managed her transition into kindergarten and after she has adjusted so well. It should go without saying that a 5-year-old should not be anxious about where she will go to school in the next few months, or if her new friends will be there with her. Parents, too, should not have to feel anxiety that we felt, also wondering where our child will attend school, if we can get her there safely, if she will adjust to this new space yet again, or if she will be moved again the next year or the next. Again, I am here to ask you to pause your processes and write a strategic plan so that we can make informed decisions with reasonable timelines for all stakeholders. I'm asking you to pause so that no more children are blindsided by closures and moves and schools that are not functioning properly. I'm asking you to pause so that we can make informed, intentional decisions and support our students' transitions into them. Thank you.
Is it Freya Vandergrift? I pronounced that right? Freya, sorry.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Freya from Yankee Ridge, and I am in 5th grade. I have been here since kindergarten. When I first heard that Yankee Ridge had a good chance of being turned into the full dual language school, my heart sunk. I'm going to middle school next year, and I, and maybe some others, was kind of hoping to revisit Yankee Ridge and say hi to many of my teachers and stuff like that. But I won't really be able to do that if it does get turned into a full dual language school. I will be sad to see my teachers move. I am also wondering how they feel right now. I bet they feel so bad. Also, I am not a Wiley kid, but if a Wiley kid is in 4th grade right now, they might have to go to 6 different schools, 3 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, including the 6th grade campus, and 1 high school. I feel very, very bad for Wiley kids right now. Another thing is, I will be sad to see my principal go after just coming to Yankee Ridge. I also feel bad for the kids who are in the grades below me, because if Yankee Ridge becomes into a full dual language school, they will have to be moved to a different school. They might not know any of the teachers that are there. They have to completely relocate, and if one of them walks, they don't get to do that anymore. They have to drive, which could be a hassle for their parents or guardians. Also, something that is very, very important to me at Yankee Ridge is the newspaper Wolf Monthly. Some other kids and I had an idea and started it this year. There are 2 3rd graders and 1 2nd grader in our group. The rest are 5th graders, including myself. If we turned Yankee Ridge into a dual language school, they would probably not get another chance for those kids to have a newspaper at their other school. And if it does go, I bet we would be really, really sad because we created it and we came to all the teachers. And it would really just be sad for me and anyone else who is in that group to see it go. So that is why I do not think that Yankee Ridge or Thomas Paine should be turned into a dual language school. I also please ask you to pause this idea. Thank you.
Sam Vandergrift.
Hello, everybody. How are you? I'm Sam Vandergrift. My children are in 5th at Yankee Ridge, you just met Freya, and 11th at the high school. I want to thank every member of the school board for their voluntary service. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of our teachers and staff. Yours is a difficult and I imagine often thankless labor of love. I do not doubt that each of you came into this with a desire to help every student in this district achieve their best. Yet I am baffled and feel betrayed by the leadership in Urbana schools. In the combined 18 years our children attended schools in this district, I have the least confidence in what is happening right now, and we were here for the Don Owen debacle, Quarantimes, and SpyGuide.com. You have the power, and you must stop the wrecking ball. Where is the strategic plan? I'm told you've asked for it from the superintendent on numerous occasions, yet rather than accountability, you chose a late-night, closed-door backroom renewal of her contract without first demanding she turn in her homework. Running a district is not an exercise in standards-based grading. She cannot have until the end of her term to complete her work. Every taxpayer in our community deserves to know what the plan is, The students, educators, and parents deserve a plan now. To not bury the lead too much, you cannot vote on any drastic changes until you have a strategic plan. I understand the phrase, "we don't need data or innovators," really was used unironically in this meeting chamber. That is a sign you should never trust another word from the central office. Experts use data to understand what is happening. Innovators mine data for potential opportunities. Charlatans claim to have answers, bury unfriendly community polling results, and fly by the seat of their pants. The jolt that brought light to this overall situation is the swirling morass of a single dual language school. I should mention that this issue won't directly affect my family. We're done with elementary after this year. I attended a PTA meeting at Yankee Ridge a few weeks ago where Paul and Ravi answered questions from nearly 150 people. When was the last time 150 people were at a PTA meeting? The more I learn, the worse it appears. What at first could be poor planning or indifferent communications seems to belie worse things afoot. So I ask this: is the urgency around dual language a manufactured crisis to distract from the fact that our district is now last in community assessments? We are a district that is going backwards. Innovators, indeed. As a bit of an aside, tied to this is our beloved neighborhood schools. Many bought houses to be close to walkable schools. The perception, or perhaps truth, is that rich parents at Leo raise holy hell and you run somewhere else you think has less agency, social capital, and time, so it's easier to uproot a community. Given the lack of a strategic plan, is the district looking across town at Unit 4 and taking lessons from a district shaped by a federal consent decree? In light of how our students are recovering post-pandemic, we need our efforts going towards getting back to where they should be. Now, I imagine creating new dream programs like a middle school campus or a dual language program are far more seductive than just working on math and literacy initiatives. I understand it's sexy to put a buzzword on your resume, but it seems to suggest that central admin has written off or is indifferent to the outcomes of these kids. It comes across as a bit of a slap in the face to every worker in this district who comes in and day out, grinding out the details and nitty-gritty. How unfair to the people who every day go out there on the front lines and do the work, only to focus resources elsewhere and not give the real support that'll impact the 83% of the students in the district that are at risk or at need. And quite frankly, it's a rap on the knuckles of all the students in this district that only get one shot at their childhood education. They cannot wait for you to fumble through slapdash innovations. They need data-driven plans. They need safety in their schools. They need resources, and they need it now. If this indictment seems unfair or cuts too close, then change tack. It is time to build trust. It is time to focus on the day-to-day. All this demands a plan. Board, stop rubber stamping action items until you know the whole plan. You run the show. You set the agenda. Practice accountability. And until the board receives and approves a thoughtful, equitable, evidence-based, and data-driven strategic plan from your primary employee, Superintendent Ivory Tatum, you, the board, are elected representatives, charged with envisioning and implementation of the district every child in Urbana schools deserves. You cannot, in good conscience, implement any plans to disrupt the learning of hundreds of students across this district. To continue down the path set for you, rather than considering what a correct path should be, is a breach of your ethical, fiduciary, and potentially legal responsibilities of elected officials. Thank you.
Julie DeVoe.
My name is Julie Duvall, and I'd like to ask for an accommodation. Rocket's going to come up here and speak as well. He is not going to speak to the board. He's only going to speak to Dr. J, because that's all he is going to talk to. So I'll start. Again, I'm Julie Duvall, and I have multiple students and grandchildren in the district. In the 2022-23 school year, an equity report was developed for the district. Oh, I forgot my glasses. In the findings, it stated, to ensure a systematic and continuous development towards advancing equity within all policies, processes, procedures, initiatives, decision-making, and financial responsibility. It suggested the following: implement measurable, accountable, and transparent equity-driven goals and widely communicate to stakeholders. Enhance the dual language and special education programs by fostering collaboration on instructional approaches between them, and then develop regular best practices to share with the monolingual and general education classrooms. As far as dual language, they stated the best way to determine the future of the dual language program is through an exclusive and extensive program evaluation. Whether the comprehensive program evaluation is conducted internally or through a third party, it needs to narrowly examine outcomes in multiple scenarios. The report included 8 questions that are suggested to be looked into when deciding if a single school for dual language is supported. Here are 4 of the 8 questions asked. How will neighborhood kids be affected if moved to another school to make room for a dual language school? How would special education services for dual language students be supported in one school? What would be the expenses and the community impact of restructuring a neighborhood school to a dual language school? Knowing that it would be rare to have a consensus amongst all stakeholders to have a dual language school that may affect hundreds of students and their families, how will the district offer, at best, a democratic process to this long-term decision? These are some of the same questions and issues that the community are asking for clarification of the district and of the board. The district, staff, students, parents, and community members have continuously voiced their opinions in either surveys, emails, or direct comments to the board. That's my phone, sorry, Lindsay. Sorry. The purpose of the board is for checks and balances. Each board member was voted by the community to uphold their duties to, Each board member was voted by the community to uphold their duties to the best interest of all the students, not just a section. This includes making due diligence to question and look into all the information provided by the district for decision making. The district paid a lot of money for an outside equity report, and they are not following the suggestions and appear to only follow some at their choosing. We want strategic plans and full transparency. An example of transparency. After the board and the district were asked repeatedly about the closure of Wiley due to finances, and repeatedly were told that this was not a reason, a year later at last week's board meeting, or at last week's PTA meeting, a board member admitted in a public parent meeting that this was the reason for a closure. While I am a member of the Urbana community and a stakeholder in the success or failure of our community school district, I did not sign the petition. I believe in a collective voice and support many of the issues and concerns brought up. I don't believe putting a hold on all decisions is in the best interest of the students. I do agree that strategic plans need to be made transparent to all the stakeholders, and that the stakeholders have access to give their comments on these plans. However, the safety concerns of your students should be your top priority. The concerns at the middle school are at a crucial, and to use a word used earlier, dire level, and need to be addressed immediately. It is an unsafe choice for the district to not take immediate action in making a strategic plan for the 6th grade center. As I stated in previous board meetings, multiple people with various backgrounds and input voted in favor of the 6th grade center. Also, multiple 6th grade staff voiced their concerns of their ability to safely provide adequate education for their students. Finally, the board asked for student input. This is my son Rocket, and he is here to describe what his day is like as a special needs student at UMS. You don't have to talk to them, just talk to Dr. J.
So, every day that I have to go through the hallways in a bit of fear because there's multiple fights, people spraying stuff everywhere, where people are putting down death threats on walls, stealing, and multiple other people are pretending they have guns, and that's it. Oh, and I can't go to lunch and safe because people are cutting and threatening to kill you if you don't get out of the line. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Good job, Rocket.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Rocket. Lindsay Marbu. I got it right this time? You got it right.
Hello again. I don't have a strong voice today because I've had laryngitis. But I am a mother to 2 children in the Urbana School District, middle schooler, and a 4th grader at Thomas Paine. I am not a highly educated person. I did not graduate high school. I got my GED. I ended up having children and being a single mom, one to a special needs student, and I've worked my butt off to buy the house in the community that I live in now. My son goes to Thomas Paine right now, but my concern is for his future of going to the middle school. He's scared. He's scared of what people are going to do to him because already at Thomas Paine he is being assaulted. He has been punched in the face and jumped on and beat up. He's very impressionable, and he's so innocent. So please don't put a pause on the 6th grade center. Our middle school is in dire need. Our community needs the help. I know that there are a lot of strategic planning that needs to be done, but we need to focus on our kids right now. Society has changed. Times are different. We battle with social media. We battle with the internet, with what kids are doing to each other. Today, when I was bringing my children home from school, I witnessed a middle schooler getting off of the MTD bus with no shirt on, just her bra, running down the street. God knows what happened to this girl. I have no idea. But she was running in a bra. We really need a 6th grade center. We need to focus on the middle school. We need to help our children because they're our future and they're asking for it. They're showing it in their behavior and their actions. Thank you.
Julia Hockenmeyer.
Hello, can you hear me? It's my distance. Great. My name is Julia Hockenmeyer. I'm a Lille parent, and I stand with the Urbana community and the Urbana Schools Action Coalition in demanding that the board pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We have wasted 2 years, right? But we should really take the time to do this together and to do this right. There's so many problems, right? So if you don't have the time anymore, right, which might well be the case given what we're just hearing, right, we need to at least put all options on the table. We need to at least understand what the problems are and what the possible solutions are, right? There's lots of problems. Nobody is happy, right? But you have a whole room full of people that are unhappy, right? This is your leadership. This is your responsibility. Right? We need you to do your job. We can't treat these problems in a piecemeal fashion, right? We have to base decisions on sound data, not on fanciful promises, like was the case with the 6th grade center decision and many other of your plans. Please don't pit groups against each other. We don't want, nobody wants to be in opposition to another group. We're in this together, right? We have limited resources. I think everybody understands that. But this is not a zero-sum game, right? We are better together. I think everybody believes that, right? Let's keep that in mind, right? At this point, I'm fully in support of a dual language school, although I first came to you when my daughter was in kindergarten and there was the decision about turning Lille into a dual language school, right? And I spoke up because I had very similar problems to what you just heard from some Yankee Ridge parents, but also because there was no fully worked out feasible plan in place. You hadn't talked to transportation, for example. It wasn't actually a plan, right? And then I started paying attention to the school board, and then there was Wiley, which was much worse than the 6th grade center. Now Yankee Ridge, Thomas Paine. All these groups have been treated worse than Lille, right? Even though we're the neighborhood of privilege, right? As we've been told. And there's still no clear, fully fleshed out plan for any of these, including the dual language. I don't think we're in any better position than we were 2 years ago when you guys called off the vote for the Leal decision. I just don't see a plan, right? And if you can't stop for a full strategic plan, right, at least reconsider the sixth grade center decision, right? Obviously, you need to handle the problems at UMS, right? It sounds like there really are serious problems. I know nothing about them because my kid is not at UMS, but it's completely unclear that the sixth grade center actually addresses any of these real and serious concerns. If you look at that slide deck, it was full of empty promises. There was no real evidence that any of this would solve the real problems at UMS. Right? So please reconsider that decision and consider instead the option of turning Wiley into the dual language school, right? But we just heard in the last meeting that doesn't actually cost any more than the sixth grader option, right? And please leverage the services of the redistricting experts and ask for a map that has the dual language school at Wiley, right? We are going through the effort of collecting all the data. Please do that. Please take advantage of that. And definitely don't just propose a single map for each dual language option, right? That would go back to basically backdoor redistricting that so many of us have pushed back against for all this time, right? Thank you.
Sarah Jensen, we're on our 19th citizen statement, and there are 30 scheduled, just so people know. If anybody else wishes to add their name to the list, please fill out a form in the back of the room and hand it to Lori Johnson. Thank you.
All right. I've reviewed today's presentation regarding the K6 model, and I wanted to highlight a few things. So first of all, the timelines at the, excuse me, where is Jennifer Ivory Tatum? Can we pause? I really wanted her to hear these comments.
Yeah.
Paul, you can understand.
I can.
Okay, can I start over?
Please, let's continue. We have a long agenda and an executive session afterwards. Let's go ahead, please.
I'm just thinking maybe somebody else could help that person. I've reviewed today's presentation regarding the K6 model. I wanted to highlight a few things. First, the timelines at the beginning omit a very important detail that parents have been asking over and over and over again with respect to all of these major decisions that have been made, that these decisions not be made one by one. Instead, we've asked over and over and over again that these decisions be made through a strategic planning process. Over and over and over again, our request to begin strategic planning has been denied. Major decisions have been made in isolation without thinking about how each decision would affect other stakeholders or the budget. The problem is that a decision might sound good in isolation, but one might make a different decision once presented with the trade-offs and inherent costs. We're at that point. New information has been presented. The budget implications of the sixth grade center have been acknowledged. 700 to 800 students are expected to change schools within the next 6 months. And not surprisingly, parents are worried about the very real loss of community that is being imposed on them. The Urbana community, the very people you represent, are speaking up once again. The final slide in tonight's presentation suggests that you, as board members, are not allowed to change course once faced with better information. That simply is not true. I printed out some of your policy guidelines. Policy 8110, public suggestions and concerns. The Board of Education is interested in receiving suggestions and concerns from members of the community. Each concern or suggestion shall be considered on its merit. Policy 220, powers and duties of the Board of Education. Number 21, communicating the school's activities and operations to the community and representing the needs and desires of the community in educational matters. Policy number 810, connection with the community. A district public relations program will gather community attitudes and desires for the district, help the community feel a more direct responsibility for the quality of education provided by their schools, earn the community's goodwill, respect, and confidence, promote a genuine spirit of cooperation between the school and the community. Still on Policy 810, community engagement is a process that the board uses to actively involve diverse citizens in dialogue, deliberation, and collaborative thinking around common interests for the district's schools. Your community tells you when something is working and when something isn't. This community wants to engage in collaborative thinking. I believe we've had representatives of every single school here tonight. Please engage with us, with the entire community. I've thought a lot about the K-6 model. And when I say a lot, those of you that have heard from me before, which is everyone on the school board, you know that I've thought a lot about it. I've crunched the numbers. For a time, I thought it wasn't feasible. I loved the idea theoretically, and I couldn't make it work. But you know what? New information was presented to me. I thought some more. I crunched some more numbers, and I now admit that my initial conclusions were wrong. It's okay to update our beliefs when we have more information. In fact, it's quite mature. I still recognize that the K-6 model will be complicated. It has its own trade-offs. Many of those trade-offs are identified in the presentation you'll see eventually tonight. And I'd personally love the opportunity to engage with any of you collaboratively to discuss those feasibility concerns. I'd love that opportunity. The biggest problem with the presentation is that it only considers pros and cons of the K-6 model. It doesn't consider pros and cons across all options. People are deeply concerned about the alternative options with good reason. There are trade-offs, and that's why we need a strategic plan. Thank you.
Emma Ehrenhardt.
I'm going to start with audio of a public comment from Paul in 2010 before he joined the board. At that time, the district intended to close an elementary school without transparency or a strategic plan, strikingly similar to the situation we find ourselves today.
Hi, my name is Paul Pulaski. I live at 2106 Fodder. I'm a parent of a child at UMS, third grader at Yankee Ridge, and two more future kindergartners, hopefully.
My fault. You're right. This is Mr. Pulaski. Brandy Lowe will be next. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. Two more hopefully at Yankee Ridge. Over 6 years ago, we chose to move from Champaign to Urbana, picking our house largely because it was within walking distance to Yankee Ridge School. We visited the school before purchasing our house, and we're extremely pleased with the facilities, the programs, the staff, and faculty. But what convinced us that this was the right choice for our family was watching all the kids get picked up at the end of school one day and seeing all the parents and grandparents, caregivers and students interacting with one another, talking about their days, making play dates, and getting to know one another. The school was really the heart of that community, and we really wanted to be a part of it. Without community, a neighborhood is just another place to live. Without community, a house is just a building on a piece of land. I've seen our community come together and share in each other's triumphs, and I've seen it come together and help families who are fighting very difficult struggles. Communities provide invaluable feedback to the organizations that represent them. Your community tells you when something is working and when something is not. There are many parents and citizens district-wide very concerned about the possible loss of one of our communities. We formed a Facebook group called Keep Urbana Neighborhood Schools, currently at 190 members strong, and this new community would love to work with you with respect to the strategic plan to ensure the maximum amount of transparency with the planning process and ensure that we all are doing what is in the long-term best interest of our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Emma Ehrenhart. I live a few doors down from Paul on Botter Street. I have a first grader at Yankee Ridge and hopefully a future kindergartner at Yankee Ridge. 8 years ago, we moved to Urbana from Savoy. We, in large part, selected our house because it was walking distance to Yankee Ridge. We have a community at Yankee Ridge, which includes the French dual language program. The Urbana community is telling you this is not working. Please hear us as you wish to be heard 14 years ago. Not to pick on you, Paul, but in 2019 interview with Smile Politely, you reflected on that time period in the clip and you stated, "At that time, I noted that most of the board members did not have young children in the district, and I decided to run to ensure a member of the board could provide that voice. I will only serve as a board member while I have children attending its schools," end quote. As I understand it, after this academic year, you will not have a student in the district. If you plan on resigning to keep that promise, do not rush through decisions without a well-thought-out strategic plan. Regardless of your future intentions in serving on the board, you need to stop and listen to our elementary and middle school families without central office's influence. You joined because you felt the board did not hear the voice of the young children, and I fear you have now become that disconnected board member not listening to the elementary school students, and you are not alone. Lola, Ben, Tori, Sherry, Ravi, Sitlat Lee, I want to remind all of you that your job is to be an independent body free of the influence of central office and serve the Urbana students, teachers, and community. You cannot properly serve our students, teachers, and community when you only meaningfully engage with central office. The same central office that the majority of administrators do not live within the district and do not have a stake in the lives of our youth. I stand with the Urbana community and the Urbana Schools Action Coalition in demanding that the board pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and to do this right. Thank you.
Rob Nagel.
Good evening. My name is Rob Nagel, and I have 3 kids in the schools. I have a freshman, and then 2 kindergartners at Yankee Ridge. One is in the French dual language program, one is not. I stand with the Urbana community and the Urbana Schools Action Coalition in demanding that the board pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and do this right. And really what this means is taking the time to evaluate all options and even options that have not yet been explored. One of the things that really stands out to me is the mistrust in the issues at every level of the school district right now. There are clear issues at the middle school with students and behavior and overcrowding. There are upset parents. There are teachers who are talking about mistrust. And I think there is deep threads of mistrust in the entire school district. And I actually think in addition to the strategic plan, I think there needs to be a strategic plan for building trust across all of the stakeholders. The teachers need to trust the administration. The parents in the community need to trust the administration and the board. And the board needs to listen to the parents. I think that's a key. Creating a 6th grade center is not going to magically solve behavior problems for 6th graders, 7th graders, and 8th graders. Moving the dual language school is not going to magically solve problems either. We need to pause and focus on building back the trust, the communication and figuring out what do we need to do structurally within this district to achieve our goals. I believe improved safety in our schools is one of the most important things, better educational outcomes and better graduation rates. All of these things take a long time, and so making changes, we won't know what positives or detriments will happen for a few years down the road. So we really need to think about what we're doing and take the time to come together, have more meetings together, and build back the trust. Thank you.
Is it Austin Nelson? Sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Oh, Austin, I answered pretty much anything starting with an O. Hello, thank you. So I am father of a fantastic 6-year-old. We got to adopt her. She was our 7th foster kid. In addition to that, we were respite and support parents for another 8 or 9 foster kids. And throughout all of our training for foster care, we were told that stability is paramount. For those first 7, 8 years of a kid's life, they are learning to trust people. They are learning to trust their environment. And if you keep moving them around, that produces harm. So, and we'd also see that in the court. When we went into court to hear about why a kid needs a change in their home environment, it had to be very specific harms and even additional movements, you know, from one foster family to another foster family, or changing in family placement, needed to have a very specific reason that it was happening. So I've been puzzled by all of this, because up until hearing about the need to merge the dual language Spanish program, I hadn't heard anything even resembling a harm to justify all of this instability for all these students. I was discussing this with my sister, a school psychologist in Colorado, and she voiced the same thing, and she's asking questions, you know, well, this doesn't make sense. Any school district would have some sort of big reason. Is there a gang problem they're trying to disrupt? Well, now after hearing the middle school, but anyways, but no massive harm. So I do hear and acknowledge that the dual language program for the Spanish students has been making the best that they can, split across 2 schools, and it will help them to merge. However, they are still going one way or the other, whether it's movement in a year or 2 years, there will be a disruption for them. I would posit that there will be harm, additional harm in rushing this move, because there is uncertainty, because there is contentiousness and you know, confusion about how this process is being reached and what the exact, I mean, we don't even know which of the schools it's going to be yet. 6 months before that will happen if we cling to this plan. But yeah, and God forbid that this is then compounded by the harm of teachers leaving, litigious uncertainty, or any other change that might come up, because we still don't have a strategic plan. There is, of course, the harm to other students, including several families that I know that went from Wiley to Thomas Paine or to Yankee Ridge, and now they are some of them are almost certainly facing the prospect of going to 3 different schools in 3 years. I mean, that sort of harm, you got to have a pretty distinct and immediate harm to be making that sort of a choice. And I'm still not hearing it. And I'm still not seeing it with this narrative with how the dual language program needs to be merged. And the harm to the French dual language program is just appalling. I mean, they don't even know if it's going to exist. How is that any sort of a plan to minimize harm? So please, 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 get a strategic plan so that we stop moving kids around and harming them year after year after year with this uncertainty. I stand with the request that we pause, especially the movement of the elementary schools until there's a plan. The middle school stuff, yeah, there are harms there as well. And I know you face tough decisions. I do appreciate all of the time that you all put into this. But please, please, please work to minimize harm. Thank you.
Mabruka Yazidi. Mabruka Yazidi. Is she here? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I didn't see you back there.
Hi. It's been a while since I've been in front of you all. Thought a lot about this meeting. I mean, we're here all together again. Literally a year ago was the meeting where you voted to temporarily close Wiley. And here we are, a year later, with a boardroom that is completely packed again. A year ago, this very meeting, a large group of concerned community members, families, and faculty sat before the board. We had over 2 hours of comments asking for clarity, transparency, and for you to have a finalized plan before you relocated our children. I'm about to read to you today what was the opening comment of that meeting, as it is as relevant now as it was then, and has become much more urgent, as the board has by now taken a series of 4-3 decisions that have consistently disregarded community input. As parents and community members, we are deeply concerned by recent actions of the district's leadership. The proposed measures, which need board approval, would affect the education of hundreds of children and deeply impact their families. District teachers and staff and the community, these measures are being proposed without adequate community information or involvement. I have an updated paragraph that I was going to read next, and I almost want to omit it, just for a sense of unity. I'm tired of this game where we're all pitted against each other. I'm tired of the district looking at us like we don't like them and we're just troublemakers. We want to help you. We really do. It's just very unfortunate that now, I can't even believe, literally a year later, we're sitting here now with another major initiative brought to us on very short notice. We're standing on the brink of dissolving yet another neighborhood elementary, while simultaneously undergoing a redistricting process that we all know is going to be extremely difficult. The next section is verbatim from what we read last year. It's a little wordy, but I ask that you bear with me and actually listen to me, because there's good points in there. There are effective models for community dialogue that the district should consider and adopt. All processes should be inclusive and describe trade-offs so community input is meaningful and thoughtful. That input should be considered in decision-making. To be considered a success, community members must experience a genuine sense of participation that comes from not only having the opportunity to express their ideas early in the process, but feeling that their input is genuinely heard and taken seriously. just going to stop there, and I'm going to ask, how do you think we feel after doing this for over a year now? Do we feel like you are taking our input seriously? Probably not. We understand that there are multiple constituencies and stakeholders affected by any proposed changes, and that their interests may not always be aligned. This is why we need active involvement across the community. Parents, community members, and dare I say, board members need to be able to understand not only the implications of proposed changes, but also the trade-offs in decision-making. The process must help all parties understand and consider the multiple factors to be taken into consideration in developing a successful plan that will help elicit broad communication and support. I didn't get to read the new petition that's being put out, but I just want to implore district leadership and the Urbana School District and Board to put a pause on all actions and proposals until we can work together for a strategic plan. And we really do want to help. We're really done just fighting each other. So thank you.
Thank you. Brittany Tamman.
Can you hear me okay? I think you can. Good evening, Board of Education. I would like to start by repeating a statement that I made to the board almost exactly a year ago on February 21st of 2023. I intentionally transferred my child from a private school for many reasons, diversity and culture being major deciding factors. This makes us one of the families that Dr. Ivory Tatum has referred to bring back to the district. That was one of the speaking points when we were closing Wiley. Yet here I am asking the district to keep my children's school intact. I myself attended 4 different elementary schools by the time I reached 2nd grade. I can hardly recall the names. I can't recall the names of my first few teachers. Schools, anything. I was in survival mode. By the time I likely began to adapt to the new community, I went to a new one and I started all over. While there may have been a strong community at the schools I attended, not saying the schools were poor, I did not benefit from those communities. Naturally, as a parent, my goal is to provide a stable environment for my children, especially after experiencing the childhood that I did. This is what brings me here before you. I can provide a stable home life for my children, and I'm hopeful that the district will provide a stable school life for my children. Adjusting to a disruption like the one proposed by the district will hinder students from receiving the full benefits of their educational environment. Ironically, here I am making the same plea I made a year ago. You have closed my child's neighborhood school, and now are proposing to take the next school from her. This will result in my child transitioning into 5 different schools in 6 years. If that doesn't make you feel like you're failing my child and all the other children who will suffer alongside her, I don't know what will. Maybe you should consider the instability you're creating for our underpaid teachers. I don't think I need to spend much time discussing the trickle-down effect of stressed out, underpaid teachers on children in the classroom. For the past year, you have hidden behind the guise that you have little control over what is offered for your consideration and have refused to use your power to demand better options from the administration, or at the very least, a complete plan. You have accepted and voted in favor of major changes for our district that lack foundation. The administration has yet to present us with any research, data, or community feedback that suggests these changes will improve our academic outcomes. I find it hard to believe there's no way to get redistricting options from your company without full commitment to the whole school dual language program. They can't provide you more than 2 options. I would ask the board to reject this rush decision and ask to be provided with several redistricting options. I'm sensitive to the needs of both the middle school. My kids are inevitably going to go there if we stay in the district. It's going to affect me. And the dual language program. My children are not part of the dual language program, but I certainly understand the need for it to be strengthened and nurtured. If we are to remain in the district, both of my girls will experience Urbana Middle School. This means I have a personal stake in the success of our school district. I'm willing to admit that the children we serve today are wildly different from children only even 10 years ago. There are a lot of unfortunate contributing factors that are out of our control. However, I have yet to learn what the district has done to reinforce their staff in order to enable them to deal with these challenges. We have heard about increasing behavioral issues and social emotional needs amongst our middle schoolers, but we haven't heard what has been done to address these issues. We haven't heard of any successes or failures. The decision regarding Wiley cannot be considered a fully informed decision without the knowledge that another school will be withdrawn from the majority of our elementary students within the next year. The committee was not given all the information available and made a decision purely based on closing one school. To openly reprimand a board member for entertaining the request of a large group of your community lacks accountability for your failure to provide all that was required to make a recommendation that benefited every student in the district. I'm going to end with the same sentiment I did a year ago. Demand that administration provides a strategic plan up front. Demand a transparent beginning to end plan that has been created with community input and consideration. Ensure that these changes will result in measurable academic improvement, cultural awareness, and equity amongst our students. Thank you.
Jess Furman.
Hello. Why I'm here and asking for a pause and a plan, like many affected by these quick turnaround decisions over the past couple of years, I personally attended 4 elementary schools, 1 middle school, and 3 high schools. Academically, this provided significant personal hardships. The longest stability was from 4th to 9th grade in this very school district. I honestly believe this is what drew me back to Urbana. I have 2 elementary age children in USD 116. Now I'm triggered. My children, especially my 4th grader, will experience a similar educational plight. I'm asking for central office and the Board of Education to provide honest communication, evidence-based research, and strategic plans for the decisions that are being made. These are the basics. How many courses are taken in school about research methods and data collection? I know you all are very qualified to understand this and respectfully present the information being asked. I am not only here concerned about my own children's education, but I have stake for those that are also considered high risk. For the past 11 and a half years, I have worked in the child welfare system. I am currently a regional coordinator overseeing 2 offices for foster care and in-tax services. For many of those years, I have been in these very schools advocating for these children's needs. There is a lot of research on the effects of multiple changes and moves on children and families, and in my line of work with the Department of Children and Family Services, also has provided policy and procedures regarding limiting the amount of times a child in care is moved. Why do you think that is? The same could be true for disruption of students' education. In fact, there are laws in place for unhoused youth, which also includes youth in care, to remain at their school instead of changing schools. And the school district is responsible for transportation to ensure that that happens. Again, why do you think that is? Could that mean the uprooting of one's education could set that child back academically? Let's have open and honest communication regarding your plans. Again, I ask you to pause your decisions and provide an appropriate strategic plan before moving forward.
Rob Bennett.
Oh, wow, chair. That's great. So, hi everybody, once again, and as with many of us, I was here a year ago-ish. I've had some thoughts, I mean, who hasn't in this room, but it seems like already in the evening, 112 minutes into the proceedings, everyone's kind of made the same points I might have made, except better, except for one. And my question is mostly to the board. Why are you doing this? Why are you putting up with this? We're all sitting here week after week, dragging your board meetings out to 4 or 5 hours. You keep hearing the same complaints over and over again. You've heard the word rubber stamp I don't know how many times tonight. And I think it's a fairly valid use of the term based on what I have seen in my lone year of following this saga. I know that a lot of us have also made statements tonight about the obligation of the board as elected or appointed officials to serve the community. You have a community that's very clearly telling you in no uncertain terms that we care about what's happening in the district. We want to see a clear strategic plan. We haven't gotten one. There's a lot of smart people in this room too. And there's a lot of smart people who couldn't turn up tonight because it's hard to make these board meetings, right? It's certainly hard to stand up here in the corner for 2 hours and wait to talk to you, which is the only opportunity we have. You've heard all kinds of things tonight. You've seen also the central office. I mean, that last slide that's already been referenced several times where it kind of feels like a threat to the board that you're not allowed to revisit previous decisions given new information, which can include community feedback, but can also include data that you, to my knowledge, have never received. I want to encourage you all, as members of a board that serves a very large portion of this community, right, and serves a very, very important role in making sure that our educational system serves children that most need it. I want you to know that you can do whatever you feel is right. There's no need to take the central office's word on anything. And we certainly haven't seen data presented that supports any of the conclusions. Many of us have asked about the 6th grade center, you know, whether that's really going to help anything for anybody. Where's the data on that? It seems to me like when I've done the research, 90% of districts in Illinois or the Midwest generally who have tried this experiment have closed those 6th grade centers. So we've heard over and over again tonight about how important it is to minimize transitions. That is going to be the source of harm. And how these decisions, which seem to be being made one at a time, seat of the pants, these decisions don't seem to be supported by anything except for central office wants to do them. I would encourage you as a board to talk amongst yourselves as you can, as you're allowed to by the Open Meetings Act, right? That's one big problem. And to vote your conscience and not with any sort of sense of allegiance, right? Each decision should be taken one by one, and above all, everybody here tonight is saying the same thing. We have not seen a strategic plan. We haven't seen anything that's recognizable as one. It's not that we're not hoping for one. We're looking for one. I don't want to drag this meeting out any longer, but I do want to add on the following. If I can get it up here. Let's see if I can find it. My name is Rob Bennett, and I stand with the Urbana community and the Urbana Schools Action Coalition in demanding that the board pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Next up is John Matanda.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. We know that this program starts because French speakers come here, And then we are very thankful for that. And thank you because we are a part of Urbana and we are valued. So I'm a teacher. At the same time, I'm a president of the Congolese community. So tonight, I will speak as a president. I'm not speaking as a teacher. So since this change started, the community, the French-speaking community, they didn't know what's going on. So they didn't go get the right information about the change. So the first thing, I've been calling parents, calling students, ask them what they think about the change. Because as you can see, they are not here. Not because they don't want to come here, but because they work. They work second and third shifts. And the only time they can be free to come is on the weekend. And that's something they can't. So I'm here with their voice to let you know what they think. So the third thing that come to they questioned me, it was why this change happened. And why should the change happen now? Can they wait? Can they take time to explain why they need this change to happen? And what will be the positive or negative change, positive or negative side of the change? So they want to get more information because they are the first concern. If the program starts, it's because they came in Urbana. And that, they are very thankful. About the place, about switching the schools, either Yankee Ridge or Thomas Paine, they say that the only thing they want, the only place they want to be is where they will be valued, the place they will be safe, the place where they will keep their culture, and the place where they can learn. If they can learn at Yankee Ridge, that's fine. If it can be Thomas Paine, that's fine. But as long as they can be in a safe environment, they can learn, they can keep their culture, that's fine. So 70% of parents that I talk to, they say yes for being with the Spanish speaker. Because some of the students, they don't want to speak their local language. They are in an environment where if they speak another language, people are mocking them. So being in an environment where they can see other students speak the language other than English, that can encourage them to speak Lingala or French. And the other issue too is about the name, because all the names that have been going around, they call that school Spanish school. Is that name that will be kept, or it will be a different one? Because going to the Spanish school, being a French speaker, it's tricky. It's like the student will spend the time learning a different language other than English. And then we ask to the board to communicate with family to know what will be the name of that school if that will happen. And then how they will teach students. More parents don't know if students spend time to learn English and learn French or Spanish. And naming or calling that school as a Spanish school, that will be tricky for parents. So we are asking for the board to think about the name, that to encourage all non-French, non-English family to attend the school. And the last thing is, we're here because we need the change. What our students say, because they are the first concern. We parents, we can decide. But what they say, are they ready to move around? Are the teacher ready to move around? Are the family ready to move around? So we can make something that will make everyone happy. Even everyone will never be happy, but we can do it. Thank you.
Brian Hubisarik. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your last name.
Thank you very much. My name is Brian. I just wanted to start with saying that I stand with the coalition in support for pausing until a strategic plan is approved by all stakeholders democratically. Honestly, the whole night I've been thinking what will happen when this Chinese-speaking community want a school. Are we going to close another school and give them what they want? I mean, there's a growing Kiswahili-speaking population in the community. What will happen when they also want a school? What's going to happen? I guess the nonsensical example is to highlight that without a plan, we are in the dark and are just poking around in the dark, hoping to find safety in the decisions that we make. Honestly, this whole conversation has been brought about due to poor communication and decision making on your part. It has made everybody think that there are those who are for and those who are against, whereas that's not true. I don't think there's any right thinking parent in this room who thinks that Spanish shouldn't have the space that they need to grow as a learning program, or that the French speaking program shouldn't get room to grow. I don't think there's any right thinking parent in this room who thinks like that. We are all for, we want these programs to grow, but we know that the way that you are doing it is going to lead us exactly where we are today, which is without a plan. Without that strategic plan, we feel that we're going to end up where we are today. Now, a lot of the information that we know as parents, we are learning from PTA, not from you. That should change. We should be hearing from you what is going to happen before we know what's going to happen. A couple of months ago, the French parents in the French program at Yankee Ridge learned that the French program is going to be closed. Well, then we started shouting, meetings, and then, well, it's not going to be closed. Oh, wait a minute. The school itself could be the one that's going to be closed. Now, that seemed very, very familiar to what actually happened to Wiley when they were like, oh, asbestos, closed for a couple of months, we'll be back. No, it's actually closed. And you see those stories, whereas they sound like conspiracy theories, that's the mistrust that you have propagated by the poor communication that you are doing. We are praying that you adopt a community engagement model that effectively informs and encourages community to engage in the decision making, especially decision making that is going to foster forward student learning outcomes, not for just part of the population, but for all of the population. Now, I do understand the needs of the central office, and I hope that you are not rubber stamping them for political expediency because, well, central office is for the Spanish program, so let's do it. And I say that as a black man very well questioning myself that, well, this advances needs of a minority. No, I know that going down that road is just going to create another enclave, if you like. And the other people who don't belong to that enclave are also going to want part of the cake. And so what do? Do we also now cut out another enclave for them? I think that diversity is not allowing for one culture to grow, but is for allowing for all cultures to grow together, not separately, together. And the way we do that is by creating a strategic plan. Tell us, in the next 10 years as the board, this is what we're looking to do. We know that there are these needs, and this is what we are doing to take care of those needs. And this is how we will slowly achieve that plan over these years. And I think me putting my child on the bus after knowing that plan, I don't think there's any member in this meeting who will not gladly put their child on the bus knowing that they're going to a safe school, knowing that they're going to a school where teachers are being supported. I don't think that creating a school where you're going to put the Spanish program is going to take care of the problems that they've been having at Lille. Tell us, how are you planning to support the teachers who are teaching those students? How are you planning to, build safety? How are you planning? What is the plan to build that multiculturalism that we are also screaming about? What is the plan? And I think We will all be behind you when we finally know what that plan is. Thank you very much.
Wendelise Rodriguez Torres.
Good night. My name is Wendelise Rodriguez. I work as a special education teacher in Urbana Middle School. We are here again. As a dual language teacher, we believe in bilingual education, and we advocate because we understand that it's beneficial for our students and our society. We thank you for voting in favor of the K-5 dual school. We remind you that the dual program in Spanish and French is not a whim of the teacher. It is a stipulation of law. The program is created to meet the needs of the Latino and French speakers population that has grown in our district. The decision for a K-5 building, a dual K-5 building, did not come out of nowhere. It was a decision based on the Cal study and the needs of our students. We repeat, our society has changed and the Latin community is part of it. Our students have the same right as all students. At this time, we are at this disadvantage because the monolingual groups are smaller, decreasing the teacher-student ratio. As a special education teacher, I work with 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students, while children with monolingual IPs have 2 teachers per grade, one for ELA, one for math. This is a question of inequality. Our students have less staff and classroom full to capacity. The K-5 dual school is allow us to offer them a specialized education where the teachers are certified and have chosen to work with them. Again, I repeat, the dual school was not a LICE decision, but a decision based on data and the needs of our population. This decision will provide the district the opportunity to offer a dual language school for our students. Yankee Ridge or Thomas Paine teacher will have the opportunity to shine and contribute to the development of students at their new school. All change are difficult, but we have to be resilient and make decisions in favor of our students and satisfy the needs of our society. We will happy to join the French speaker family and students and work for because our students, all of them, grow in a cultural school when they can share their culture and when they can speak the language that they want. In the same way that they develop the English language that is important for all of our students. Thank you.
Jordan Brinkworth.
Hi, I'm Jordan. I've been in the French dual language program for 6 years, and I go to Yankee Ridge. I go to Yankee Ridge, and I have seen the incompetence of this district. For as long as I can remember, from kindergarten to today, my school has been incredibly unstable. How can I tell this has gotten worse? I've gone to PTA meetings, and what I hear is that not enough people from the DRC sign up their kids for dual language. I have been taught by long-term substitute teachers most of my time at Yankee Ridge. The district has told us they advertise to DRC families with a mail flyer. My friends from the DRC have come here from a very dangerous and complex conflict. They come as refugees from a country with 6 million people who have been forced to escape indiscriminate killings and gender violence from militias that have moved into the country after the Rwanda genocide and the Congolese wars. So many of them work hourly jobs. And one second. So I'm sorry. The phone is messing up for a second. I'm very. No, it's just I missed it.
Okay, we just move on to the next line. Okay, so where were you? You ended here, so it's okay. That's where you went.
Here? They get left out of decisions by the district. In a meeting, I was at the central office, and administrators described the parents from DRC as hard to reach, with little outreach from the district and no clear plans about the future program that is a colonial language. My class started as 13 students in kindergarten. It is now 8 students. My friends and their parents need to be supported in communicating a shared language. Our friends from the DRC need supported dual language French program. How does combining it with the Spanish program fix reaching out to the DRC families? Where is the information and the plan to support this program? Do you have the information about how the kids from the DRC families that have already had to move to a new country will handle the dismantling of Yankee Ridge or a shrinking under-supported French program? Please pause acting on your decisions until you can show us a strategic plan. Save our school, save our district, save Urbana students without jeopardizing our community. Thank you.
Kishla Riviera Toledo.
Hola. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Keishla Rivera y el que no puede entender español puede leer los subtítulos en la pantalla. Bueno, puedo hablar como mamá y puedo hablar como maestra porque también trabajo para el programa dual de Urbana Middle School y soy maestra de 6º grado. Muchos niños del programa pasan por mis manos porque doy 2 contenidos. Adicional a esto, trabajo con muchos niños en los programas de transición. Creo en la equidad, creo en la empatía sociocultural y creo en que los niños merecen estar donde la gente está dispuesta a trabajar con ellos, a dar el 100% por ellos. Yo no quiero que mi hijo, próximamente tengo 3 niños entrada a la edad escolar, y no quiero que una maestra elija si quiere darle clases o no, porque es hispano, o porque se ve indio, o porque se ve moreno. Porque yo me veo como afroamericana, hasta que hablo en español. Y todo el mundo dice lo mismo. ¿You know Afro-American girl? Sí, soy afro-caribeña. Y estoy orgullosa de eso. Y vivo en la calle Barclay, en Urbana, con mi compañero que está 11 horas al día trabajando, 12 horas al día trabajando. Y yo me ocupo de todo. Y no estoy pidiendo nada de otro mundo. Pedimos educación equitativa para nuestros hijos también. Ellos también van a tener derecho. Ellos también tienen derecho de salir a la escuela cerca de la casa. Pero no es así. En estos días he visto el Facebook abarrotado de mensajes de gente que trabaja en mi alrededor. Me da pánico que mi hijo se acerque donde estos compañeros. Pánico, porque me da el mismo pánico con los niños de la primaria o con la comunidad que está peleando aquí. Solamente se pide igualdad, equidad. 100 talleres al año nos dan de equidad. No la veo. Yo pido un asiento extra porque semanalmente nos están llegando niños. El salón ya no aguanta. El maestro tampoco, por eso se va. Porque no aguanta la cantidad de niños dentro de un salón. Necesitamos redistribución. Y si el valor de mi casa va a cambiar, y si mi hijo ya no va a poder ir caminando a la escuela, y si mi hijo ya no va a tener los mismos amiguitos, es parte del cambio porque el mundo está cambiando. El mundo está cambiando. Y solamente le estamos llevando aquí, lo único que yo llevo aquí 2, 3 horas, no sé cuánto, es escuchando mi casa, mi vecindario, mi gente de al lado, mi vecino. Pero nadie está diciendo los niños del programa dual de francés y de español y todos los que quieren entrar al programa y ser partícipes de estos programas tienen que ser considerados. Estoy segura que si muchas otras familias hispanas entendieran lo que está pasando aquí, estarían aquí. Porque después de cruzar 3, 4, 6, una semana caminando un desierto, después de haber dejado muertos a sus familiares en México, en Honduras o en Venezuela, ¿piensa que estamos aquí por jugar? ¿Estamos lejos de nuestras familias porque sí? No estamos lejos de nuestras familias porque sí. Estamos buscando un sitio seguro para nuestros hijos y ofreciendo calidad de vida. Yo entiendo lo que pasa aquí, porque yo fui a la escuela. Yo sé leer y yo sé escribir. Porque alguien se tomó el tiempo para eso. Cuando un maestro trabaja con un niño de cualquier otra raza fuera de la suya, es porque lo elige. Y yo pensaba que ya no había segregación como la estoy viendo en estos días, pero es humillante lo que he visto. Yo voy a hacer mi trabajo con orgullo, porque yo sé lo que estoy haciendo, pero pido que sean escuchados los niños también.
Juana G. Zanil.
Hola, mi nombre es Juana. Hablo esta noche como uno de los muchos miembros de la comunidad de Urbana que están preocupados por el éxito o el fracaso del distrito escolar de nuestra comunidad, US 116. Estamos decepcionados con el liderazgo del distrito y las acciones de la Junta de Educación durante los últimos años, promulgando imponentes cambios estructurales y organizativos en escuelas, edificios, profesores y programas, sin ningún plan estratégico orientador o esfuerzo integral para obtener la aceptación de las partes interesadas. La serie desorganizada de cambios y la frustración resultante de la comunidad hablan de la necesidad de un proceso mejor y más comprometido que involucre a toda la comunidad. Imploramos a los líderes del distrito y a la Junta de Educación de Urbana SD 116 que pongan una pausa en todas las acciones y propuestas relacionadas con cambios en la estructura del distrito, asignaciones de estudiantes, nuevas mejoras de capital y esfuerzos de consolidación, incluidos aquellos asociados con la redistribución de distritos. La Junta debe reafirmar su expectativa de que la superintendente, como parte de su contrato, desarrolle un plan estratégico para el distrito y justifique cambios importantes dentro de ese plan estratégico. Este plan debe desarrollarse con un esfuerzo de buena fe para obtener comentarios de las partes interesadas y centrarse en los compromisos centrales de la comunidad y el distrito. Nosotros como comunidad prometemos nuestro compromiso continuo de trabajar con la Junta de Educación, los líderes del distrito y el personal en los complejos problemas que enfrentan nuestras escuelas ahora. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. So the last participation sheet I have is for Lacey Elliott. If anybody else would would like to make a statement for the board, please fill out a sheet in the back of the room and hand it to Lori Johnson. But if not, this is our last speaker tonight, Lacey Elliott.
I'm going to speak in Spanish first, and then I will translate what I said. Ustedes hicieron promesas que no pueden cumplir. ¿Van a mentir a las familias de Wiley? ¿O no van a cumplir su palabra con la comunidad dual? Han alienado a 3 edificios de maestras y familias entre Wiley, Thomas Paine y Yankee Ridge. ¿Y quién va a sufrir de este fracaso? Los niños, siempre los niños. Si quieren cambio, ustedes tienen que cambiar la manera en que hacen los cambios. Necesitamos un plan que incluya todas las voces antes de las promesas. No hay un camino aquí, solo hay promesas incumplidas. Pedimos que paran todos los cambios hasta que un plan estratégico esté hecho con las voces de las maestras, las familias y la comunidad. Tenemos que dedicar el tiempo para hacerlo juntos y hacerlo bien. Todos nosotros queremos la misma cosa, un futuro bueno para nuestros hijos. As we heard from many people tonight, you have made promises that you can't keep. Either you will break your word to Wiley families about moving kids again, or you're going to break your word to the DL community, the dual language community. You have alienated 3 whole buildings of staff and students between Wiley, Thomas Paine, and Yankee Ridge. And who's going to pay the price for this mess? It will be the students. And specifically, it's going to be the kids at DPW in the newly reunified East Urbana neighborhood. Why? Because that school will be half empty when dual language moves out, and the teachers you need to move there currently are actively looking for other jobs. You will have from the end of April until August to staff Leal and DPW. It is inevitable that come August, there will be many children in DPW and possibly Leal without a qualified teacher. You can't have education without educators. If you actually want positive change, you're going to have to change the way that you do things. We are asking the board to pause all approved, pending, and proposed changes to the district until a strategic plan is drafted, reviewed, and approved by all stakeholders. We need to take the time to do this together and do it right. We all want the same thing, a bright future for our kids. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes citizen statements. There will be a call for an executive session after tonight's meeting for the purpose of personnel, and there will be no board action after the executive session. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No accommodations, recognitions, or communications tonight. Student ambassadors report.
This is the Student Ambassadors report for February 20th today from me and Dominica. Oh, I have the clicker this time. Okay. So there's a word of the day in each of these reports. The word of the day is big tree. Big tree is when a person has a strong dislike or unreasonable beliefs towards a certain faction of people, just because they are different than them. This is typically shown through prejudice or bias, typically to minority groups, specifically black and brown people, but it can be towards any minority groups. People often use bigotry to glorify their own group while putting other groups down. And then the black historical figure of the month is Augustus Jackson, who was a black American man who was a businessman and chef. He's well known and historically known for making the modern version of ice cream and the development of new flavors. He worked in the White House for 20 years, and then he opened his own business, and his ice cream recipes became famous all over the nation, and he was known as the top chef in the White House. UHS Senior Night for cheerleading, band, and basketball was on February 9th, where people honor seniors' hard work and dedication throughout all their years of high school. People often make posters or give them gifts and flowers, and they basically just stand in the middle of the gym with their family, and then like the announcer comes on and talks about the seniors' plans for the future, like what college they might go to and how many years they have been in that specific sport or activity. I didn't attend this year's senior night because I'm sick, so there might have been some tweaks, but this is typically what happens on senior night. There have been U.S. military visits at UHS, where basically the military representatives just like set up a table in the lunchroom full of information, and students can basically just visit the table, gather information, and then if they're willing to, they'll like sit down for an interview if they like feel comfortable. But normally it's just like they give them like some kind of physical information or something like that. And then there's VAB tests that will take place on February 22nd, Thursday at 11:30 p.m. Any grade above freshman can take this test, and this exam is an aptitude test administered by the U.S. Department of Defense, assessing individuals' strengths and weaknesses and having success in the military. Quest Food Management Services update. So there's been a lot of mixed reviews that I've been getting from the student body, and I also get lunch every single day. So I've seen a lot of things change and improve, and a lot of advantages and disadvantages. I'd say the advantages are there's immense amount of fruit, and everyone loves the fruit. I mean, like, there's a long line for the fruit. Everyone normally gets the fruits. That's great. And there does seem to be a lot of options for food for 4th and 5th hour lunches. And overall, there does seem to be enough food for everyone. And the lunch workers are very kind, and you can tell they are very hard at work. And sometimes you can tell they're exhausted, but they're still doing their best. So it's like really great to see how they can still like tell everyone to have like a blessed day to every single person who gets food from them, even though you can tell they're like exhausted. So, but some of the disadvantages that I found is there still doesn't seem to be that many vegetarian or vegan options. Most are, I'm not sure, maybe all of the vegan and vegetarian options that was said to be in the cafeteria like months ago is not in there. Like, I have a friend who is Muslim and she cannot eat pork, and a lot of times there's nothing that she can really eat. So still, and like, this is not meant to sound harsh, but it's just like genuinely that's just what's happening in the lunchroom. And then 6-hour lunch is commonly out of chocolate milk and some food options most of the time. So like you come and like they're out of like a lot of food options and you can only eat like a few things, or like you only have like a few options. And then students are asking for juice. I don't know if this is possible, but I just wanted to run this idea by the board because like students are used to having juice like last year, but this year it's just gone at lunch. So they've been like trying to find a way to get juice back. And then the FAFSA completion workshop, and ISAC Corps representative and Ms. Steckmeyer are going to be helping with 3 workshops about like helping students with FAFSA applications. These workshops will be held February 26th from 3:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. and then March 7th from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And then there is one that already happened, and then they're all in the UHS lecture hall. And there's also ISAC representatives that have office hours each Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. in the counseling office at UHS. So that's good. And then there will be 5 upcoming college rep visits. February 12th at 9 a.m. will be an Eastern Illinois University virtual visit. On February 28th at 9 a.m. there will be a Blackburn College visit. On March 6th, 2 p.m. there will be a St. Francis Medical Center College of Nursing visit. On March 19th, 1 p.m., there will be Bradley University visit, and then on March 21st at 12 p.m., there will be a Quincy University visit. And then UHS basketball and baseball updates. So these are like the two sports that have like a decent amount, like a lot going on. For basketball, tomorrow there will be a boys basketball game at Champaign Central High School versus UHS. And then if UHS wins the game, we will go on to regionals and play Danville High School on Wednesday at 6 p.m. So I hope that we win and we get to go to regionals, because that would be great. And I don't think we got to regionals last year, so hopefully we can have a comeback. And then baseball, there's like 2 more open gyms for baseball on February 20th and 22nd, both before school, from 6:15 a.m. to 7:45 a.m. And then students are supposed to like bring their own gloves and take these clinics to be prepared to try out for a UHS baseball team. So, yay. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paulina. Our administrative report tonight is a report on K through 6 elementary schools and a multilingual school at the current Wiley building.
Thank you. So I'm going to invite up any of our directors who stayed for tonight. And I actually asked Dr. Wemel if he could just very briefly summarize Keshla and Juana's statements. I mean, like 2 sentences, just so the board at least knew what they said, because it was very passionate for both of them.
So, Keishla Rivera's comment, or public comment in Spanish was, it's hard to summarize because it was very passionate, in support of maintaining the commitment to K-5 dual language school, in support of doing what is necessary to serve the students, our Latino students and immigrant students, French-speaking community as well. That the changes, these do come with big changes and uncomfortable changes, but change is part of life and is a necessity, and urges the board to continue with that commitment. Is that a good summary? Okay. And Ms. Juana shared that she was in support of the coalition movement of requesting everything be paused until there's a formal strategic plan in place that lays out all of the changes and the broader stakeholders all in support. And that would be a quick summary of her statement as well.
Okay, thank you. George, their monitors just went out. Are your monitors on over there? So Tori and, okay, so thank you. He's going to come problem solve that. So, okay, I've asked the directors to be available for questions. So if there are questions that I can't answer specifics as we kind of walk through this, I'll kind of defer to them and ask them to jump in. So we're going to kind of share this presentation tonight, and I'm going to address the beginning and then have other members of the administrative team jump in. So why, oh, I forgot I can't use that. Oh, clicker, thank you. Yeah, go. So why are we discussing this now? I was asked to, following the Yankee Ridge parent meeting last week, where the conversation around K-6 schools was discussed, and then we also received information from a Leo parent regarding plans for a K-6. So it was a formal request from President Pulowski and member Hasanatka to talk about this. And then we also were asked to reconsider or just discuss reimagining Wiley into a whole dual language school again. We've had some of these conversations in the last year or two, but I realize and recognize that there are people that are participating in this and that have not been following along for the last 2 years. So there are more people paying attention to the conversations now as we're talking about dual language going into Thomas Paine and Wiley. So that is basically why we're having this discussion now. There's no action regarding this, so this is more of an informational board discussion that we were asked to share. So just to give a little timeline for people who have not been following along for the last 2 years, this is basically a slide that just gives you a little background into when we started talking about dual language. We've been talking about it longer than this, but we had a formal committee of several stakeholders from the district, parents, administrators, teachers, community members, who were brought together in a format to formally talk about exploring program improvement specifically for the Spanish dual language program. As we have heard tonight, and we've heard in many meetings previously, both of our programs now exist in 2-strand models, and so we've been talking about bringing those 2 strands together into one building. So I'm not going to read this. This was really just added as an informational document for people who maybe haven't had the opportunity to go back and revisit some of this information. These are all live links, so people that are interested and want to know a little bit more about what has been presented and information from the committee that was shared over the last 2 years, it is available for you here. Also, there has been mention tonight about the District Facilities Committee that was formed regarding what was going to be the action taken for Wiley. So there was a formal board-charged committee last spring in 2023. The board gave some very specific guidance and guidelines on who should be represented on that committee, what the committee process should look like in terms of forming the committee. And we followed all of those requests and recommendations from the board and put together a facilities committee that started meeting in April of 2023 and met all summer, spring, summer, and into August, considering the recommendations for either a dual language school, a 6th grade center, and how we were going to use the Wiley space in the future. So this is just kind of reminding the board and the community on the process of how we ended up where we are today, talking about a 6th grade center. I also wanted to share, I know I've heard comments tonight and in previous meetings that the committee was mostly 6th grade or middle school staff members, which actually is not correct. So I thought it would be better to provide information as to for the people that may be misinformed. So there were staff members from UMS, but they were not the majority of the committee. We had parents who represented all schools. There was an anonymous screening process for parents to participate. And staff members. So this group, and there aren't names or schools represented next to them, but there are people here from Urbana High School, from Urbana Middle School. Every elementary had a representative. Per the board's directive, the Wiley community was more represented in parents and staff members. Again, we were meeting during the summer, so it was challenging for people with vacations and summer commitments to be at every meeting. So we had some people who basically came for the very first meeting and then we didn't see them again until August, or we had some people who kind of came very intermittently. But the committee was I say diverse group of stakeholders, so I just wanted to say that out loud and clear that up, because we have heard multiple times that the committee was kind of stacked with just middle school folks. Also, there were administrators. We've also heard that. There were central office administrators. Of course, anytime you're talking about this kind of work, it's important for our building principals to be represented. So these are the building principals who attended. Again, not every single meeting. People just attended based on when their schedules during the summertime allowed them to be there. I was there with my team, but we were non-voting members, so we were there mostly to provide information, to provide data, answer questions, and basically just be there to help guide the committee along the way. So that's just a little background. I also did think it was relevant to share the vote around the sixth grade center. I've also heard comments around the fact that that a small group of people voted for the sixth grade center, or that the only people that voted were people from UMS. And as you can see, there were 24 people who voted to reopen Wiley as a sixth grade center, and there were not nearly 24 people representing UMS on this committee. So I also just wanted to share that just as, again, information for folks. Redistricting timeline. I also thought it relevant to share how long we've been talking about redistricting. I know this slide starts with September, but we've been talking about redistricting for the last 2 years. It's come up in multiple conversations around the DPW overflow and the fact that we have overflowed over 300 students from the DPW neighborhood, basically all over the district. So we've been talking about this for multiple years now. And the board finally took action, and we had some serious conversations at the beginning of this year about bringing in a redistricting consultant to help us address the continued marginalization of one community in Urbana, and the fact that we've had a lot of conversations, and we've heard it again tonight, about neighborhood schools, when in fact part of the reason why we are talking about redistricting is we have a large percentage of our students who don't have the benefit and the privilege of being able to attend a neighborhood school, and never have. As you heard David say tonight, he's never had an opportunity to walk to school, and he's at Urbana High School. So I think these are all conversations that we've had for many years, and I applaud the board for actually addressing this issue and the dual language issue, as well as what are we going to do to help address the needs at Urbana Middle School. Further in the presentation, I attached 2 presentations from the Facilities Committee, basically talking about the current needs. I'm not going to go through that tonight in the interest of time, but I thought it might be relevant for people who maybe weren't following along with that conversation several months ago when we talked about that, who might want to go in and look at those slides to learn a little bit about why the sixth grade center was something that many people were very passionate about, as you heard tonight. The continued passion as to why we are wanting something different for UMS. I spent most of my day at UMS today, as did several members from my team. And so I would encourage people, before you sit in the audience and talk about not wanting to do something for UMS, to go there and spend some time. Also, redistricting timeline. I've also heard comments around there isn't going to be an opportunity, or the decision is made. And so we have very intentional public input coming up, and it is actually February 28th, 29th, so right around the corner. There will be consultants. They've been visiting with us via Zoom at all of our previous meetings, but they will actually be here in person to help share the boundary plans that they are working on. And we are not going to be doing a formal presentation. They're going to be walking through the concepts that they are putting together. So I would encourage everyone who came tonight, all 30 people, or I forgot, I lost my sheet, 32, and basically anyone who is interested in having some input. And there will be a survey opened up around that exact time frame. They will be sharing the maps prior to the 28th and 29th, so people have a few days to look at them before we ask you to give input that evening. So this is just kind of repeat information, but I'm just doing it for people who maybe haven't been involved as much in following along with the conversation as it has been playing out the last few months. So jumping into the K-6 conversation. Sorry, I have dry mouth and a cough, and so if I have to stop and drink, I'm sorry. Okay, so we basically split the conversation around converting 6 elementary buildings into K-6 schools around several implications. So talking about curriculum, social emotional needs, extracurricular implications, human resources, budget, and facilities. Again, we didn't address every single pro or every single con, but we thought we would prioritize and highlight the ones that we thought were just really glaring and really important that the community were aware of some of these considerations. So for pro, starting with curriculum content, for all K-6 schools, keeping students for an extra year in an elementary school will allow another school in general education self-contained classrooms to reach greater proficiency levels in reading, writing, and math. We've been talking a lot in the last several months, weeks, about the fact that our students are struggling academically. We have spent the last 2 to 3 years looking at curriculum options to help make sure that our teachers have better curriculum to be able to address the needs of our students academically. And so that is a very important consideration and a pro, as I would think most people here would add, that having an extra year at elementary would allow for students to have more time to reach that proficiency level. So we recognize that as well. For a K-6 dual language school, keeping 6th graders for an extra year in a whole school dual language model, where all students and staff are aligned with the mission and vision of the pillars of dual language and bilingualism, biliteracy, academic achievement, and cross-cultural competencies will strengthen our DL students' development by giving them more time with the whole school model. So if we were to have a K-6 dual language school, we all recognize that having an additional year there would benefit students. So those are a couple of pros. Some cons that we feel should be, we want to make sure our public is aware. Right now, we have been spending the whole year, I should have said, as soon as the board approved the 6th grade center in August, we had a 6th grade center planning team that was put together with a wide variety of representative voices from UMS, of staff members. And we started having monthly planning meetings. And so we worked with Scott from IGW and his team, who came in basically a couple times a week for several weeks to talk to middle school staff about what they felt the needs were in terms of space, in terms of teaching and instruction, and what they needed as educators to be able to effectively improve the outcomes for our 6th grade students. So some of the comments that you're going to read here are not things that we're currently doing at UMS and offering for our current 6th graders, but they are added here because they are things that we've talked about doing within that committee and things that will be planned for the 6th grade center. There also, I've seen some of the comments or emails or information that has been put out in the community on social media about things that have been generated from this committee. I also wish to say that we have not made any final decisions about the teaming structure, about the schedule, about how many teams are going to be and what exactly amount of time everyone will be spending in those classes. Those are all conversations that we're just doing a lot of really creative brainstorming and just considering lots of options. So I feel like the board and the public have been misled to believe that we have already selected a couple of different options and that there's some definitive things that have been decided. So I just wanted to say that isn't true. We are still considering several options for the structure of the teams and what the schedule of the day would look like. So those conversations are still continuing. So jumping back into the slides. So some of the concerns that we have are pretty much around the electives that are going to be offered if we are at K6 buildings. A lot of the conversations that we've had within this sixth grade planning team is making sure that we are honoring the elective program that currently exists at UMS. Are we going to be able to offer every single class that is currently being offered at UMS? No. But the offerings that would be provided in the sixth grade center are going to be much more than what we would be able to offer if we were in K6 in a K6 setting. There's also equity and access concerns because a wide number of our sixth graders and the future sixth graders who might enroll, just the fact that they won't be having the same opportunities that middle schoolers in our community have, middle schoolers in our region have, they'll be at a disadvantage without having had the opportunity to have some of those other electives. Sixth graders lose access to the middle school model. One of the reasons that, one of the positives at our middle school is the teaming model. And a lot of our teachers become middle school teachers because they want to work on a teaming model. And if we have K6 buildings, we lose that ability to program and have content around a middle school model. It would be very much like sixth graders participating in what would be a typical day that an elementary student would be going through. And that loss of content, we believe, would impact their transition to seventh grade. One of the things that we've talked about a lot at the sixth grade center is that being an opportunity to really slow roll the students in as seventh graders. Really having more time to talk about social emotional needs, to help them become more independent learners and independent thinkers without all of the distractions that they see and hear from older 7th and 8th grade students every day. And we feel like they are going to miss that opportunity to be, just to have that, that transition and that access to the additional SEL work that we'd be able to do with them as sixth grade students at the sixth grade center. So core content. So we've talked here. Tanya came and shared with the board a couple weeks ago around the work that the ELA, SLA, English Language Arts and Spanish Language Arts Committee has been putting forth for the last year and a half maybe, to select a new ELA, SLA program. And we're very excited that we now have adopted a two programs or a couple programs that will address the literacy needs that our students have are so just prevalent right now across all grade levels, and they are grounded in the science of reading. So we're really excited about that. The fact that the English Language Arts curriculum that we've adopted and purchased, Core Knowledge Language Arts, CKLA, for K5, and HMH, which is Houghton Mifflin Harcourt for grades 6 through 8, having two different core literacy programs in a K6 space will be extremely difficult for our administrators, who will have to be in spaces supporting teachers, professional development and training, the walkthroughs, trying to navigate two very intensive and rigorous literacy programs in one building is going to be extremely challenging. And so I know we have a comment on here about Spanish language arts would also face very similar challenges with different curriculums for K5 and then 6-12. Supporting year 2 of illustrative math, as you've heard tonight and we've talked about, this is our first year of our new math curriculum as well. And the fact that we would be spanning math content across a K6 in one building will also be challenging. But the other big piece of it is we have some fantastic math teachers at UMS right now, and they are math content specialists. That's what they do. They teach math all day long, and they're really good at it. And they became math teachers because that's what they want to do, is teach math all day long. And so asking those people to now, even if they're certified or qualified to do so, to go to a K-6, we feel would be a detriment to our students because they will lose that knowledge and expertise that those math content area teachers have. And that goes for every single area. I only listed math here, but that would go for science and social studies and language arts. The teachers at UMS are specialists in the areas in which they teach. And to ask them to now go to a K-6 building and teach multiple subjects that they may not feel as comfortable teaching will be a challenge. Anybody over there want to add anything on that slide? Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. I just want to reiterate a point with the professional development as it relates to a lot of the conversation that we had regarding one of the needs for combining dual language. Getting two buildings together for professional development and having groups be together has been a challenge for many years for us. The idea with this, just to add another thought, is that getting sixth grade teachers from multiple buildings together to do professional development on their own curriculum away from their other building, you're solving one problem and creating another.
Thank you, Lupe. Okay, specials. So I was a former elementary principal for many years. In my former role as deputy superintendent, I had the pleasure and the not so exciting years of having to create the fine arts schedule. And it is, if I could say it is challenging, it is extremely challenging to create a schedule that is equitable for all students to be able to participate in music, art, dance and drama, PE, and library. Our district has been committed to our fine arts program for many, many years. Our model is a model that other districts see what we do and say, how do you guys do that? So we really do feel that having a K-6 and trying to incorporate 2 sixth grade classes or even 3 sixth grade classes into the special schedule is I'm not going to be the one that hopefully has to do it, but it is going to be just, I don't even know how we would do it without having to add more staff. So a lot of these implications are also implications for budgeting or also implications for HR. Because you can't just add 3 classes or 2 classes of sixth grade and in buildings that are already bigger, that already have a significant number of classes, expect to be able to do that without adding staff. Now, every building won't need that, but there are some that will. Adding sixth grades to a K-5 building will extend the lunch times. So the lunch schedule in our elementary schools, some of our schools start lunch and have lunch for almost 2.5 hours. To add additional classes will not only extend the lunch times, but we would also have more implications and budget implications for food service, lunchroom supervision. It just extends the whole day in terms of just trying to fit everything in from 8:15 to 3 o'clock would be really difficult. The health curriculum, so our sixth graders have health delivered in a very different way. Fifth graders have health, but it is a much very different developmentally level of health what the fifth graders receive. Our sixth graders, the health curriculum is sex education and drug prevention. There's several mandated units of study that we're required to teach middle schoolers that we're not required to teach elementary age students. Right now we rely on we have several of our community partners who kind of help us in this effort. The middle schoolers have 9 weeks of health class, so they don't have PE for 9 weeks and they have health in lieu of that. And during that time, they have classes like Too Good for Drugs. The Rosecrans people come in and they do lessons around that. There's some of our students in the FACS program who have been working with CUPHD with the Catch My Breath program. So there are partners who would work with us, but basically the health curriculum would be delivered by our PE teachers. And I don't know that the elementary PE teachers would be able to do this. I know that our 5th grade teachers or the 6th grade teachers are not trained or may not be willing to have these conversations in a K-6 building. So band and strings would be heavily impacted. Our band and strings program is top notch and one of the best in the state. And that starts at 5th grade. We start for parents who are watching who have younger students who play instruments or are interested in music. As a 5th grader, you have the opportunity to try out a band instrument or a strings instrument. And we have traveling teachers who do that. So we have teachers who also teach at UMS and UHS who travel. Stacy Peterick does a fantastic job for band, and Tamara Gingold for strings. They also have other classes that they teach at the secondary level as part of their traveling for band and strings. If we were also going to replicate what we currently do at the middle school, which we would be doing at the 6th grade center, we offer 6th grade continuing band, 6th grade beginning band, 6th grade continuing orchestra, all the things that are being offered at UMS for band and strings. We would I don't know how we would be able to offer those things at a K-6. We definitely wouldn't be able to do it with the staff that we currently have. So we would be looking for additional band and strings teachers just to make sure that our students aren't missing out on the opportunity to grow as a beginning musician. And again, our program is fantastic because we start those 5th graders early, and they're able to really matriculate through middle school and high school. I feel like the program would greatly suffer if we were going to try to replicate it at a K-6 building. And I've already kind of talked about the expertise of our UMS teachers, the core teachers, but I also want to talk about the expertise of our elective teachers. We have some fantastic teachers at UMS who are teaching elective classes that are really passionate about the work that they do and the offerings that they are able to provide students at UMS, which we would be replicating many of those at the 6th grade center. We would not be able to bring all of those diverse offerings and all of those electives to K-6 buildings. There just wouldn't be enough time in the day. And again, we want to focus on reading, writing, math, science, social studies, SEL. We have all those other key core learning components that need to be worked into a K-5 day that would now be worked into a K-6 day. And students would really lose out on a lot of the diversity that they're able to get in their learning at UMS. Science, I know I saw a comment in something that was shared to me, I can't remember which one, but there was a comment about this particular bullet about the science lab. So we recognize that we currently don't offer science lab learning at UMS for the 6th graders, but it is actually part of the plan for the 6th grade center. You've already seen the schematic design. We have already made a commitment to having science labs at the 6th grade center because we want our students introduced to a robust science curriculum as 6th graders, not to have to wait to go to the science lab as a 7th or an 8th grader. So that would not be able to happen at a K-6 building. Right now, our K-5 science curriculum is delivered through units, very specific units around very specific standards. So then our 6th graders would have to roll into something similar, and they would lose that science curriculum that they would get if and when we have a 6th grade center. I've already talked about the loss of teacher expertise in content areas, so I think Angie's going to talk about this a little bit more in the HR section, because we have looked at the licensing and certification of many of our middle school teachers, and very few of them even have the ability to teach at a K-6 building, but I'll let Angie talk about that. And I think that was it. Anything else about? Nope. Okay. Next is acceleration. So I've gotten a few emails about this, and I know this is something that we have some parents in the district that are really passionate about acceleration, and it definitely is something that we as a district, it's important to us too. Unfortunately, trying to provide an acceleration experience for a 5th grader coming to the middle school has not been something that we've been able to do. There are just so many limitations around transportation, around schedules, that have made that very difficult to figure out logistically how that would work. If we had 6th grade centers at 6th graders at a K-6 building, unfortunately, we would be limiting the 6th graders' ability to also be accelerated into 7th grade or 8th grade classes. We have 6th graders at UMS right now who are accelerated into 1 grade or sometimes 2 for specific classes. I don't know how we'd offer that if we had K-6 buildings. Just the transportation limitations alone would be really, really difficult. And I'm going to jump to the bottom bullet there, talking a little bit about a pathway to AP programming. That is something that is really important to administration at both the middle school, high school, and central office, especially wanting to make sure we have more students of color participating in those higher level classes at UHS. So right now, to enter into that path, for being able to access some of that higher level programming or those higher level courses. When you become a high school student like Calculus BC, you kind of have to start that path as a middle schooler. And if you don't get on that path early enough, like take algebra earlier or take some of those classes before you're actually a high school student, it could be really difficult for some of our students to reach that level of just having the access to be able to take calculus. They won't have enough time in their schedules from 8th grade to or 7th grade to their senior year to even get to that. And I could explain that more, but a lot of people aren't going to understand it. But that's one of those things you just have to kind of trust us, right? So that second bullet, AVID. So our district has become a AVID school in the at the middle school level. We've been talking about AVID, advancement via individual determination, for college readiness for the last couple years. We're excited that we have been able to grow the program at the middle school. Our first class of AVID students at UMS will be transitioning to the high school next year as 9th graders. So AVID will be moving up into the high school. We're really happy about that. Several of our administrators that are now at UHS are trained and know a lot about AVID, so they're really looking forward to those 9th graders coming. The reason we included this here is one of the concerns that we've seen at UMS is the way we introduce AVID, or the way we're instructing the AVID strategies for the students, is through AVID elective classes. And unfortunately, even though we've, I think, tried to do a good job of selling and PRing and telling the students what AVID is all about, we don't see as many students enrolling in the program as we would like. And we feel a way to address that is we plan at the 6th grade center to make the 6th grade center an AVID for all program, which means every single 6th grader in the 6th grade center would be introduced to AVID strategies. They would learn the basic, just what is AVID and what is it all about. So then when they go to 7th grade, they know what it means when they see on a schedule, here's an AVID elective. sign up for that. So we're excited about that. I don't know that we'd be able to replicate that at the 6th grade level. I mean, at a K-6. There's some very specific training. It is a very costly training. Just to be able to participate in AVID, we have to pay a fee just to be part of the program, just to call ourselves an AVID site. If we were going to offer that at all 6 elementary schools, we'd have to send quite a few people to these national trainings to be trained. So that would be a huge cost to the district and time, and just if there was interest in that happening at K-6, we're not quite sure about that. I'm looking at my notes. Anything else about this slide that anybody over there wants to add? I think that's kind of it. Okay. And I think John is going to talk about this slide. John is at a tech conference this week, but he is joining us via Zoom.
And so kind of this ties in with the previous slide. This is just a list, not a complete list, but this is all of the classes that aren't core classes that current 6th graders are actually taking. So as you can see there, some kids are taking kind of accelerated science, accelerated algebra. So if we did have a K-6 model, these are classes, most of them that we wouldn't be able to integrate into that K-6 model.
Thank you, John. And I know there was, I saw a screenshot of a lot of conversation about some of these classes, but what John actually did is went into Skyward and ran a report. And so if we added it on this list, that means there are 6th graders that are actually in the classes. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Yeah.
Sorry. So in this, we are saying that if kids from 6th grade are accelerated and taking Math 7, how they gonna do it in the building? Or
they do that at UMS right now. So we have 6th graders who go to 7th grade math classes.
And
Yes.
how that's gonna happen when they move to the 6th grade center?
So yes, that will be able to happen at the 6th grade center because it'll be challenging, but it is definitely more doable than it will be if they're in K-6 buildings. So because the building 1 is just a couple blocks away, it won't be a matter of driving buses all over town to pick up students to bring them to UMS. It would just be one trip back and forth, and we can do that with our activity buses.
Kids are going back to middle school to get at classes.
So what we have talked about doing is trying to schedule, some of this is scheduling, right? So trying to schedule those classes in the morning. So maybe if I'm a 6th grader, I am going to probably have my acceleration classes like first thing in the morning, and then when I'm done, I would get on the activity bus and come back down the street, or if it was a beautiful day like today, I could walk 2 blocks back to the school. But again, yes, it would be pretty close. If we were doing K-6 buildings, the loss of instructional time in picking up students, driving them back and forth, we'd pick them up, drive them to middle school. They might be able to participate in that class for 20 minutes and then have to drive them back. So logistically, it is much more challenging, but definitely, we've already talked about it at the 6th grade center and feel like it is something that we're going to still be able to do that. Anybody want to add anything about that? Okay. Okay. So any other, I'm going to move to, I think next is social, there we go, it wasn't working there for a minute. So before I leave the curriculum area, does anybody have any specific questions or comments about curriculum that you want?
So for the students of color in the AP classes, do you have the demographics of that?
I don't have it with me tonight, but
Okay.
yes, we definitely do.
Okay. Is there a way you could like share that with me?
Yeah, I can share that with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. I'll work with Ms. Rinkenberger on
you.
getting that to you.
Thank you.
Dr. Ivy Tatum, I have that data handy as well. Not right now, but I can work with you to share it.
Yes. Yeah. Paul, you got it? Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm going to jump to social emotional. So we recognize there are some definitely strong pros for SEL in K-6 buildings. One thing that I would love to see all of our 6th graders and 7th graders and 8th graders is to just harness some of their leadership skills and build them up as leaders, whether it's in a K-6 or whether just in our regular UMS right now. We have some students over there who are just so charismatic and have so many positive things. I just need to see them harness all of that leadership in a really positive way. And a K-6 would give us the opportunity to kind of help build 6th graders as leaders before we send them to UMS. We recognize that there would be fewer building transitions, as people have talked about tonight. That is a concern. And a K-6 having that takes away one less transition, right, if they are going right from the K-6 building to 7th grade. An additional year to mature and develop before being introduced to the challenges associated with being a middle schooler. Middle school is just a challenging time. Their bodies are changing, they're developmentally changing, and so giving students a year in the more protected K-5 environment before they go to a middle school definitely go to 7th grade, definitely would be a pro. So some of the challenges, including 6th graders with much younger students, raises developmental and social emotional concerns. And I don't say that because I'm saying I think our 6th graders are not good kids or that they're dangerous or unsafe or anything like that. But I have had 2 middle schoolers who went through UMS, and they were very different as 12-year-olds than they were when they were younger. Just as a parent, I think I would have concerns having 6th graders on buses with 5- and 6-year-olds, just the conversations they might hear, the language, the profanity, I'm just going to be honest. Just some of the things that 6th graders talk about. I don't know that would be something we would want to have with littles on a bus. I think just they would be on yellow buses too, because we would not be able to reroute MTD buses picking up 6th graders, so we'd have 6th graders riding on yellow buses, which developmentally is going to be hard. It's hard to have 5th graders on yellow buses. By the time they're in 5th grade, they're kind of done with the yellow bus, and kind of expecting 6th graders to do that is going to be harder. I'm just going to be honest, sharing public spaces like restrooms with little 5- and 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds is a little concerning. 6th graders' developmental needs are significantly different. Their bodies are changing. They're becoming preteens. Their conversation, the things that they talk about, social media, like just all of the different things that our 6th graders kind of go through before they become teenagers is kind of a shift in mindset. I know the elementary principal who was here and kind of talked on behalf of the elementary principal collegial group. I think that is something that they're concerned about. Right now they struggle with just keeping 5th graders focused on learning, and it's just hard, right? At this point in the year, 5th graders are ready to be out of elementary and they want to be at the middle school. So expecting 6th graders to stay in that K-5 environment socially, I think is going to be very difficult. One of the benefits of the 6th grade center was we really wanted, like I said earlier, that opportunity to really develop that. We know that this is something that's happening to their bodies and to their minds and to their developmental, just all the things that are happening to them as at that age. and we really wanted the opportunity to really grow independence and grow a lot of those things in a more controlled setting at the 6th grade center. So having those students leaving a K-6 and going right to a 7th grade, we won't have the opportunity to really slow pace them and give them time to learn what it means to be a middle schooler in the same way. Sure, we can still have those conversations in a K-6, but it will look really different when they're with one teacher all day long, when they go to the middle school and then have to go from class to class and do all the things that middle schoolers do. We can't replicate that at a K-6. Anybody out there want to say anything about that? Okay. Discipline. So again, this is right from the 6 through 8 presentation that we shared with the board from the facilities committee back in August. As you have heard people talk about, office discipline referrals, and discipline is very different for 5th graders to 6th graders. One of those reasons is what I just talked about on the last slide, right? 6th graders are, they see themselves as little mini adults, and there's other layers of disrespect and some of those disruptive behaviors that we tend to see at the middle school. Now, do I think that we'd have 1,000 or 1,900 referrals in a K-6 building? Absolutely not, because they would be with one teacher in a more self-contained general education environment. But we did think it was relevant to just talk about some of the more egregious things that we see that happen at the middle school are not things that we want to invite to happen in a space with 1st graders and 2nd graders and 3rd graders and littles. Missing out on the middle school experience at the impactful 6th grade level is also a challenge. We want them to have that middle school experience. We want to develop that independence. We want to treat them and kind of talk about the things that are kind of happening to them in a space where they can all be together and address it together at the 6th grade center. Acceptance among their peers when transitioning as 7th graders coming from 6 different buildings will be harder to address. So people may not realize it, but again, our community is very, very racially and economically segregated. And so we have very distinct neighborhoods. And so right now, as our students are at 6 different elementaries, or right now 5 different elementaries, when they show up at the middle school, it is, everybody knows who the alphas and who are kind of the students that are really popular, really just things that happen in the community. We see a lot of community issues that come into the middle school because students have kind of been separated, and now we kind of thrust them all together. And that's one of the reasons why that 6th grade number for referrals is so high, is because that is just something that has naturally happened. It's happened with every 6th grade group that we can remember. It just happens when you bring so many kids from different socioeconomic backgrounds, race, culture together. When they get in that space, there are just things that happen. So we recognize that, and that is also one of the things that we really want to do as a 6th grade center is build community and talk to students about belonging and how they are a community of learners together. If we are doing that in 6 different buildings, then we still are going to have the exact same issues when they all get to 7th grade together. So student engagement, discipline, following expectations are already challenging. I think our principal who talked tonight said that it's already challenging for 5th graders in a K-5 school, and it will be even more difficult for 6th graders in a K-6 setting. Looking at my notes to make sure I said everything. Anybody want to add anything? Okay. Extracurriculars. So we have several kind of concerns here. In order to participate in IESA events, you have to have a sister school, and that's actually, I jumped ahead this slide. Right now, as K-6 buildings, the students would not be able to participate in IESA approved events. That would be for sports as well as music. The extracurricular participation will require some creative planning on the part of staff in those K-6 spaces to provide more enrichment opportunities for sixth graders. I saw comments about Splash. We have only 1 year left on the grant. This is the last year for the 21st Century Learning Grant that we have because we've lost the funding for that, but we are encouraged because we've received some emails recently that the state is looking at offering some 21st Century Learning funds possibly in the future. So any opportunity that we have where we can seek a new grant or seek a returning grant like 21st Century, we're going to do that. There's some other, we plan to approach some of our community partners about still offering some version of Splash in the future. So, so we recognize that Splash would be something we'd be doing at the sixth grade center if we have funding. I don't know that we'd be able to offer that at all of our K-6 schools. Right now, our contract allows us to have, we have a negotiated agreement for stipends and clubs and enrichment opportunities where our teachers are compensated for the amount of time that they spend after school being sponsors for some of those clubs. Elementary receives 3 paid stipends right now. If we had sixth graders in those spaces, the budget implication would be we would want to be offering more supplemental pay stipends, which is an additional cost to the district. Not to mention space. The ASACP program is really robust in a couple of our schools, meaning lots of kids, right? And they use the gym, the multi-purpose room. They use kind of all those spaces. So having clubs designated just for sixth graders after school, sharing all those spaces would be not impossible, but just a challenge. So I already mentioned the IESA sister school relationship is a requirement. So sixth graders from 6 schools would need to get to UMS if they were going to participate in any, if we were going to allow them to be participants in IESA activities, which to us poses an equity issue because we know that not every single student would be able to leave their elementary K-6 building and get to UMS. And because of our transportation limitations, we run our buses after school. We double run our buses. We have buses that drop off at elementary and then go pick up at early childhood. We would not have yellow buses to be able to go around the district and pick up sixth graders to take them to UMS for after school enrichment activities or sports. So parents would probably have to be the ones doing that, and that in and of itself poses an equity issue because we know there are some students that just wouldn't have access or opportunity to do that. I already talked about ASCCP. Okay, I can take a drink. And any comments from over there? Any comments about extracurricular SEL before Angie talks about human resources?
Hi, everyone. So there are definitely human resources implications for any shift in the district, but the shift that could occur if we were to move to a K-6 model would cause more implications than what we would if we did not have to do that. So the sixth grade center has been a recruitment draw for new hires to the district interested in the concept of a sixth grade center. So we have novice teachers at the middle school, so newer teachers that are very excited about a sixth grade center. There are teachers in other districts that have reached out to me. I'm a former middle school principal. where they have talked about the need for a sixth grade center based on several of the things that Dr. Ivory Tatum shared. And so it is a recruitment draw, but I can't share who's reaching out to me because then that would show my card. So we're excited about the possibility of teachers wanting to work at Urbana because of this model. There are currently not enough licensed staff at UMS to fill the number of general education sixth grade classrooms needed in 6 K-6 schools. And so currently we have 3 sixth grade teachers. I'm pulling up a different screen that I have that you don't have. 3 sixth grade teachers that are qualified to be sixth grade elementary teachers, so to be able to teach all the subjects. So 3 of our sixth grade teachers are able to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that they want to do that. As a former teacher myself, typically secondary people want to be secondary people and elementary people want to be elementary people. And so for those 3 sixth grade teachers that have the capacity to do that, or the licensure to do that rather, they would have already selected that as their career path. We do have some 8th grade teachers that hold that certification too, to be 6th grade self-contained general classroom teachers. But again, folks that are in 8th grade teachers typically don't want to be an elementary teacher either. And so most of the certifications that our staff members have are middle school and high school, more 6-12 than more the K-6 area. Let's see. If teachers do not choose, and I know that this could happen with any scenario that we have, if teachers do not choose to go to the K-6 schools voluntarily, we'll need to transfer those with the proper certification to the K-6 buildings involuntarily, which means we could lose staff members who don't want to leave the middle school. And so that argument is a con for any move that the district makes. It's a little bit, when you're talking about changing levels, I think it's a little bit more of a risk, because when you're talking about elementary teachers going to another elementary school, teaching 4th grade at one school, 4th grade at another, especially in the same district where the curriculum's the same, and if they're able to transfer with their colleagues, as opposed to a couple of middle school teachers being moved to each elementary school where they're losing, like they're going to a different level, they're not working with the colleagues that they're used to teaming with. So that's one of the implications. So on the next slide, this is the top one for related services staff and specials teachers. What makes, and Dr. Ivory Tatum talked about this, but what makes this a little bit more challenging for the 6th grade experience. So as I'm also a former fine arts teacher. I was a choir teacher in our district and across Wright Street. And typically people that are teaching the fine arts at the secondary level want to stay in the secondary level because of the performance groups and because of the opportunities to go to contests, to travel, to provide those enrichment opportunities for staff. For students. And so if the staff are traveling to the schools to do both 5th grade and 6th grade, it's going to require more of our teachers to travel and not necessarily spend time with the performing ensembles at the secondary campuses. So Tamara Gingold teaches at the high school, Stacy Peterick teaches at the high school as well. And so if they're being at the elementary schools with 5th grade and 6th grade classes, it's going to impact their ensembles at the high school. Also, special education staff, teachers and support staff will be working across K-6 groupings and structures, and related services will be spread even across a greater range. And so in this, where it sounds like, okay, if we put all of our kids in the K-6 schools, if we were to create that, it seems like, okay, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. We would just take our teachers from the middle school and spread them out accordingly. But it's not as simple as that because we don't have enough teachers to go to each one of the schools, especially in special education. That is a hard to fill position for us, pre-K-12. And to be able to move teachers to support our students is not, it would be a crisis. Like, we're already at a crisis. I don't even know what's beyond a crisis, but in terms of special education vacancies and candidates. And the last slide, as I said before, more teachers would have to be hired for traveling, and those are already hard to fill positions, related services, occupational therapists, physical therapists, psychologists, social worker, etc. Also, I didn't know Michelle was coming to speak tonight, Michelle Turner. But not only is the elementary principals and assistant principals having, if they were to take more students into their buildings for 6th grade, we'd also need to assign more administrators to each one of those buildings. Right now, to just kind of put it in perspective, we have about 1,000 students at Urbana High School. We have 5 building administrators, 4 student interventionists, which is a fancy name for a dean, among counselors and other support staff. And so at our elementary buildings, we currently have a principal and an assistant principal, and some of our buildings are well over 400, and they need more help. And so if we were to add more students to the buildings, we would need to add more administrators to each of the buildings as well. We could reassign middle school administrators also to those buildings, but we wouldn't have enough to reassign to every building. So that's also an unintended consequence and financial strain on the district. And so that's what I got.
Well, I also want to invite Scott up because I think he might have more to share about this than I do. But the current 6th grade center design could potentially fit a K-6 model with 3 strands, but I'm not sure that it would properly fit a K-6 dual language school. Sorry, I should have said, I'm really tired. It would fit a K-5 3-strand school. That's what the current number of classrooms that the 6th grade center has could fit that. But K-6 or K-6 dual language or K-6 multilingual, including Spanish and French, all of those would be additional classroom needs that would increase the budget of the project.
And even the K-5 dual language would require 4 additional classrooms. Yeah, I apologize. Last time I talked to you, I said we could do it for about the same cost, but I wasn't up to speed on dual language, and it actually requires a few more classrooms. So,
which is showing what we'd have to add for just for K-5, right? Is this K-5, Scott? Yes.
well, in red, it kind of overlaid the 6th grade center with how we would convert it into a typical 3-strand elementary. To go to K-6, we've got to add at least those 4 additional classrooms kind of to the left there in red. Yeah.
And I think
also important to note there, that's with 3 strands. So we would need, for just the K-5 dual language, we would need extra, I think, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade in there, as well as an extra sped classroom. So even without the 6th grade, that would still be an additional 4 classrooms, just based on our current numbers of Spanish dual language students.
So right now,
Correct.
what John was saying is we have about 450 Spanish dual language students. They are not, that is not a 3-strand, that is a 4-strand at K, is it K1, 2, 3?
Yes.
Yep.
Lupe, and
K-2, 4.
K-2, 4, yes. So the building would need to be able to, in some years, grades will have 4-strand and 4 of one class, and then in other years they might have 3. So we need to have the capability to also have, even just for K-5, have a space that would accommodate for 4-strand and multiple grade levels. And right now, Wiley does not do that unless we add several more classrooms.
Correct. And adding those 4 is ballpark a $2 million add to the already 24 million, which we're having trouble meeting that budget already. So.
Yep. So that's what this slide, I don't know, Katie, if you want to.
Yeah, so I think that diagram kind of, in a really neat way, says what this slide is trying to say, which is that a K-5 3-strand elementary could fit in the same footprint as the currently designed 6th grade center for the same $24 million cost, which is still above what we actually reasonably at this point are able to afford. We were estimating that we could afford up to 20 million. So I want to point that out also. And I'm working on finding that extra 4 million or thereabouts, or we're going to be working on reducing the scope. So right now that's where we're at, is it could be a K-5 3-strand. However, if we were to make it a K-6 3-strand, just basic K-6 3-strand, we would need 3 additional 6th grade classrooms, 1 additional special ed classroom. So those 4 additional classrooms would be around a $2 million add. That said, if it's K-6 dual language, we would still also need 4 additional dual language classrooms at the lower levels to be able to accommodate the fluctuations in those grade levels. And then also, that would just be for Spanish dual language. If we were wanting to combine it into a multilingual school, we would need at least 4 additional classrooms to accommodate the French dual language program as well. And currently that number of classrooms exists at 3 of our other elementary schools, so that would not be an add to the district's budget. But in order to accommodate it at this site, it would be a quite a bit more cost. Probably somewhere between 2 and 8 million, depending on how many of these options were layered on top of each other.
One quick question, Scott. If we did decide to build the additional classrooms on the Wiley site, would the capacity for geothermal still exist?
It starts to get tight because we have a geothermal well field and stormwater detention that we're trying to accommodate and still leave room for that expansion. So yeah, it would be getting tight. 4 we could.
I think
4
one
classrooms
more,
we could probably make work. 8.
One more item of note. I think that last bullet. So if you did do the K-6 dual language with the combined French dual language, that would be about 12 additional classrooms, which would start to hit the constraints of what we could put on that site. Was that correct, Scott?
Yeah, 12 would be pretty tough, and that would start also, I think, impacting some of the public spaces like the library, cafeteria. So.
Yeah, and one question that I had for Scott earlier this week and last week as we were putting the presentation together is if there would be any cost balance if we had to forego geothermal. Would that be something that could help with the construction budget as far as getting a building built of the size we need? But really, he said it would maybe be $500,000 or so difference. So it doesn't really help when you're talking about adding up to $2 to $8 million that. And then also the long-term effects of not having geothermal and the ongoing operational costs will be higher. So it's not really it wasn't to me a choice that was that reasonable at the time. That shouldn't be what makes or breaks that choice is, to be able to afford it, because it doesn't really provide the savings to the project budget that it would need. Do you want to go back up one slide? Because I don't know if I missed some of the talking points on that one.
Oh, yeah, go back to pros. Yeah.
Sorry.
I jumped to the map. Whoops.
There it is. You got it. It's just taking a second. There we go. So I think that, we definitely recognize that there are pros to the K-6 model. I think that what this presentation is showing, and I think a lot of the folks that are in support of the K-6 model agree with all of the pros that we've identified as well. I think that administration just believes that the pros don't outweigh the cons. So we definitely recognize that fewer students would be moved as part of redistricting if Wiley was selected as the dual language school. It would still help, this model would still help reduce the overcrowding and some of the issues that we're having at UMS. And so I think that meets those goals in a different way. And then again, it maintains that current neighborhood schools structure, although I'm not really sure that that narrative is fully accurate, especially when it comes to low income and EL students, which we're going to talk a little bit more later on in the presentation about that specifically with some data. So that's it. And then there's just a few other budgetary implications, which we've already kind of addressed throughout the presentation in different ways, but extending out, you know, right now we've already given direction to our consultants, IGW, redistricting consultants, et cetera, to begin work in certain ways. And basically, our costs are going to be driven up by having to restart boundary processes, restart design work for different project designs if the plans change. So, I mean, that's just something that I wanted to point out as a budgetary implication. And we've already talked about traveling teachers, being potentially more traveling teachers with the K-6 model versus the 6th grade center model. The distance from UMS to the Wiley site's much shorter than to all 6 elementary schools, plus the number of teachers would be more at a K-6 model that would potentially need to travel. I'm not going to say that for sure, but at least right now, the way that the 6th grade center program is being laid out and estimated is that very few of those teachers will travel. Transportation constraints. I mean, this isn't necessarily only budgetary. Right now, MTD has indicated it's not really any problem at all to add a bus stop at the Wiley site to drop off middle schoolers on their existing routes. But if the K-6 model were to be adopted, those would need to be yellow buses. And our buses, we only have 40 buses, and they're all on the site at the where the operations and maintenance facility is, and it's very constrained. They can barely fit the buses on the site. There's no more room for more buses. And we have 40 buses, and that's what we have to work with. And at the beginning of this year, we didn't even have enough drivers to drive them all. So, I mean, hopefully that's not an ongoing long-term issue to have these driver shortages, but it has been ongoing for the last several years. It's been very difficult. But even so, the capacity issues of the buses is an actual real concern to add another 300 plus students to yellow buses to get them to the K-6 buildings. So that is a real concern. We would have to look closer at it, but at least at this level, I just wanted to make sure to list it as a concern that we could brainstorm further if we need to and look into it. That's it. And then this is going back to John.
Hey, John, and if there was a way you could talk a little louder, because you're going to be talking about numbers on these next couple slides, and so I want to make sure people can hear you.
I'll scoot a little closer.
Okay.
So yeah, we had a question from one of the board members just kind of about busing and who was riding the buses and what percentage of people were riding the buses. So these next 4 slides kind of go over that. These are all as percentages, but I did include the total number for each of those. So this is transportation broken down by race. And as you can see, that blue bar on the bottom, that's the percentage of people who don't have a bus route assigned in Skyward. So those would be traditionally walkers to the buildings. And then the light red is first student busing, and the dark red is MTD busing. So here you can see on the right side, the grand total, about 42% of our district students walk to school, or they don't have a bus route assigned, whereas almost 60% are riding the bus every day. And it does kind of break down interestingly by race and a couple other factors. So here you can see the Hispanic students in the district, about 28% of them are able to walk to school, while 78% of them are riding a bus every day. So on the next 2 slides, this is just kind of broken down by the top numbers for individual schools. So at Leal, you can see there on the top, again, very similar, the Hispanic students, a relatively low number who are walking, and white students is a relatively high number. I think it was 82% for Leal students. And then same thing for King, They have a ESL intensive program where they have some people who are coming in to take some specialty languages. Those, a very small number of those are within the walking zone for King. And then in Yankee Ridge, you can see there at the bottom. And then on to the next slide. This is Thomas Paine. Similarly, they have about 60% walkers, so a little higher number for Thomas Paine total, and DPW is also about 60%, so a little bit higher number for DPW. But again, you can see that kind of split for the Hispanic students who some of them are in the dual language program at DPW, a relatively small number of walkers for those students. And then on this last slide, this shows just kind of across the district, our free reduced population on the left is slightly lower than the total district population, but then our English language learners again is substantially lower. About 25% of those are able to walk. So that was just some information we'd kind of gotten for one board member, but it seemed relevant to share with everybody. So does anybody have any questions about that?
Kind of demonstrates what the real definition of neighborhood schools are. And Paul said it so eloquently last time when he said it's the whole neighborhood goes to school together. And I believe Claire mentioned today in her statements about how important it was for students to have parents to have the support of their neighbors, and in other communities where children aren't walking to school but are riding the bus to school, they too have a sense of community and neighborhoods, and they go to school together. So it's not just the families who have a school that's within walking distance. Other communities can have that as well.
All right, Randy, facilities.
Some of the fixtures that we have in the buildings would need to be different heights. If it was K through 5 or 6th grade, we have, for example, like drinking fountains would need to be a different height. Counter heights for like the library or even the food service counter would need to be different heights. And some of these could have, additional costs. You'd have additional material with your like a food service counter or a library counter for checking in or checking out books. The furnitures, different sizes for the buildings. Playgrounds are geared towards age-appropriate students, so we either have a playground with actual play structures, or for the 6th grade center, we'd have like a basketball court or the soccer field, or additional space for them just to run around and do field-type events. Do you need anything else, Jennifer? Yes, sir.
That's it. Thanks. And then questions for Randy? Okay. And then I think the last main slide for K6 is just the imbalance across buildings. So I know we had a Lil parent who did some of this work and talked about the need for reconfiguring some of our buildings in a K6 model that she created. And so there would be a need for some some reconfiguration. So I know King and Leo may need to be reconfigured as 2-strand buildings if we were to add 6th grade to those spaces, which is concerning. Right now, King has 3 kindergartens and 3 first grades, for example, and that is very intentional because King serves the international multicultural community. for graduate students living and working at the University of Illinois and living at Orchard Downs. We intentionally have kept those as smaller classes at King for those 3-in-1s because those younger students are coming in many cases with very limited English and speaking, 30, 35 plus languages that we've had at King over time. The other concern about having King specifically going down to a 2-strand is we do have an agreement with the university, a long-standing financial arrangement because Orchard Downs scholars and graduate students don't pay taxes, and they have very specific programming needs around ESL, transitional bilingual services. We've offered native language heritage classes at King. So taking King to a 2-strand building would be problematic in that if we had a language group who one year we have 20 or more students, maybe Russian, for instance, with everything happening in the Ukraine. If we next year had 20 Russian students show up at King, we would have to offer transitional bilingual services for that group. And if we limit them to a 2-strand, then we don't have the ability to do that. We would lose all flexibility to be able to offer some of those additional language classes and those additional bilingual services that would be needed. Lupe, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
So I think another point that was brought up was about moving the ESL program from King to another building. Something to keep in mind with that is that currently at King we have 90 students that qualify for EL services. So moving those students to another site would have to accommodate those additional 90 students. 50 of those are from Orchard Downs. So even if you were to only take the Orchard Downs students, you would still have a large number of students that require services if they stayed at King. In addition to staffing, currently there are 6 staff members that provide support to this program that require small group office space, as well as we have reached the point where ISB is expecting us to provide a TBE program for Pashto. It has taken us years to find a TA, but thankfully we have one and he is amazing. But at any point, should we have an applicant that is a certified teacher that teaches Pashto, we would be required to start a Pashto program in whatever building they are in. So just some additional points to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I have, looking at the January attendance at King School, I mean, they have the highest number of children in classes in a 2-strand. So I was concerned about that as it stands even for this school year.
In their 4th and 5th, yeah. Okay. I think that was our last slide about K6, sorry. Any K6 comments anybody have? Okay, I'm going to go through we've talked a lot about reimagining the current Wiley into whole dual language was something else that I was asked to reconsider, or just even not to reconsider, to just bring information forward. So we have talked about some of these things already, but so I'm going to go through them very quickly. There are some pros to using the current Wiley as the whole dual language school. We would move fewer students through redistricting if Wiley were selected as the K-5 dual language school. There would be fewer staff moves needed because we wouldn't have to disrupt the communities at Yankee Ridge and Thomas Paine. The monolingual teachers will need to move to other buildings in addition to the Leo and DPW teachers moving into those buildings. Utilizing Wiley for dual language maintains the current neighborhood school, and again, we put that in quotations because a true neighborhood school is not available to all of our students. The Wiley site is centrally located, as we've already discussed, especially for its location We showed you all those maps when we were looking at how close so many students live to Wiley, within a mile and a half. So it would be very centrally located as the district-wide multilingual program. And there is a sense of equity around providing the multilingual school with a brand new building. I know one of the concerns expressed by some of our families, our Latino families, when we were talking about this, is they were concerned about the narrative and optics and just the thought of being put in a building that wasn't up to the same caliber as all the other schools. But the fact that we would be renovating the school, adding a lot of newer spaces, would make it more equitable to have the program there. Cons, utilizing Wiley for the multilingual school does not alleviate the overcrowding and social, emotional, and behavior issues that we're experiencing at UMS. Unless we were able to do it as a K-6, which Scott has already shared and Katie has already discussed. Financially, we cannot afford that. We'd have to add several more classes at about $500,000 per class, and that is in 2024 numbers. We always find that those numbers go up when we get into the project. So the budgetary implications of having to add those additional classes. Right now, we know for a K-5, we need spaces for about 450 students. If we were talking about a K-6 DL building, we would need space for about 510 students, which, again, that's a lot additional classroom space. I did link the reports from the facilities committee just in case people were interested in seeing that information. If all elementaries stay K-5, in addition to doing nothing to improve the experiences of 6th grade students, we would have a lot of empty and underutilized classrooms throughout the district. So we've talked about that here quite a bit in the last few months. In regard to, the district has put a lot of forethought into adding 8 classrooms at Yankee Ridge and additional classrooms at Thomas Paine. And then if we utilize Wiley as a dual language school, we would be pulling students from both of Leo and Dr. Williams, and then not putting any additional bodies in those spaces, and have a lot of underutilized classroom space throughout the district. Some of the enrollment projections that the consultants from RSP shared during the enrollment analysis, that very large presentation and document, showed there are going to be increases just based on birth rate, current students that we have in our district, students that are living in our community. The only area showing growth in the next few years is middle school. I don't know if you remember, but in a few years, they're projecting that our middle schools will have 1,068 students. Right now, we have 918, and I was there this morning, and it felt like 1,000. So knowing that in a couple years, we're going to have over 1,000 students at UMS is a little scary if we don't do anything now to prepare for that growth in future years. Reimagining Wiley as dual language will likely delay the start of the program. You heard from some passionate educators tonight, and parents and staff members who came and talked to you about the promises that have been made to DL. They've already been planning. So when you guys make a decision about something, I don't know if people realize this, but when you vote, then we take action. So as soon as you vote on something, then we are gone. So as soon as you voted on 6th grade center, we started working like the very next week. As soon as you voted on DL, Lupe and Joe and the team got together, and they have been planning and working and doing quite a bit of work already to plan for the 24-25 school year. So, you know, having conversations about not following through on the action that the board has already taken is one of the reasons why you have people from DL, the DL community, coming tonight to share their concern, because they've been waiting for over 2 years and longer. I mean, we've been talking about it for 2 years here at this level, but it's been a conversation in the community for well longer than that. And if we don't hold true to the promises that we've made to that community, we will lose teachers. I guarantee you, we'll lose TAs and we may lose administrators. And so I think that just needs to be said out loud. Do you guys want to add anything to that?
I do want to add that in addition, in all of our spaces, we have student teachers, and student teachers are checking us out as potential places that they want to work just as much as we're checking them out. And hearing from some of the teachers that student teachers are hearing some of the conversations, while it might not be the intention of the talk to make it seem like dual language is this big problem or thorn in the side, the impact of those words is being felt. So the recruitment right now is always challenging for dual language teachers, but if I'm a candidate and I have the opportunity to go to a district where the conversation around dual language is we welcome you, we can't wait, we're really excited, versus you're really stressing me out and ruining my plans, I mean, where would you want to work?
Okay, and I think we've talked about this, so I'm gonna not spend a lot of time. We've talked about the square footage needs. We've talked about the financial needs.
I had one follow-up comment
Yes.
on the financial needs that I should have said earlier.
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that in our conversations about the bonding options, that the $20 million option is like the biggest option, and it involves us reducing the amount we have as pay-as-you-go cash down to 80% and, or sorry, excuse me, 20%, and bonding out the other 80%. And historically, we only do 66% bonds, and the other 33% is pay-as-you-go projects for summer working cash and things like that, so that we can take care of what we have with the money we have now. So it's going to really lock down, and we could potentially bond up to 23 million. That's what was in the bond hearing, but that would potentially also involve extending the bonds out further or things like that are going to strap our ability to issue more money in the future. So I just really want to point that out. Like, the project as it is right now is already going to be kind of overextending what we're normally been comfortable with as a board and as a district. So I just want to make sure, like, it's really not feasible to add 4 or 12 classrooms to what the current design is, because the current design is already overextending our ability to pay for this project.
Thank you, Katie, for adding that. And any decisions that we make impact our ability to do emergencies during the school year when Randy has things that happen, or all of our summer working projects. We shared with you 2 meetings ago, or our last meeting, we have a very long list of projects for years to come, and we don't want to tie our hands and not be able to do some of those things with our facility sales tax dollars in the years to come. So this has been discussed tonight in a couple of the public comments, and I added this not to say that board members, of course, can bring back conversations, but I just wanted to put this out as a just into the universe, that when you guys make decisions and people again expect you to hold true to your promises. And so I think we put this here collectively. I think all of us as an administrative group felt that it was important just to remind board members that when you make decisions, it's time to move on to the next critical issue. And I know we know that board members have been in spaces in the community and talking about some of these things with constituents and stakeholders. And I think it's important for board members to remember that you are one of 7 as you are out in the community talking about some of the decisions that the board has made. And so I think our board agreement policy actually uses these language. I didn't make this up. It actually says, board members can say, I didn't vote for it, but this is the decision that was made, and I support the work of the full board. And we just wanted to put that out as a reminder. That doesn't mean that if board members want to bring back a conversation or a vote about something, of course you have the right to do that. We just felt like it was important to remind you that when you make a decision, we expect everybody to support that decision, so we can go forward and do the work that we need to do as administrators to carry out on the mission and vision around whatever that decision might have been. I know here we've talked about strategic planning. I know that is the conversation right now, and I'm just going to be honest. We've had this conversation multiple times. We talked about it when we were talking about Leo. We talked about it when we were talking about the 6th grade center. And I will stand behind what I said last year and what I said 2 years ago. If we had taken time to sit down and write a strategic plan last year, I can tell you exactly what our goals would have been. We need to redistrict. Number one, let's spend the next 5 years redistricting. Let's figure out how we can redistrict in the next 1 to 5 years, and maybe do that we can slowly do that in the next year or two. And I think this board got behind the idea that we are at critical mass in terms of the academic needs for all of our students, but specifically for our Black and brown students, our ELs, our low-income students in this district have been underserved for far too long. And saying that we want to wait and look at a 1-year, 2-year, 3-year plan to redistrict was not something that I felt like the majority of members felt like that was something that we should do. Another one of our strategic planning goals would have been let's unify the dual language program. We would have had multiple years, probably a 1-year, 2-year, maybe 3-year goal even, to let's figure out a plan to do that. Well, we've made a decision around that. We talked about it for 2 years. We didn't need to admire the problem for another 2 years before we did something about it. We made a decision around that, and we're ready to move forward with that. Another strategic planning goal would have been, and should have been, we need to improve the academic outcomes for all students. Number one, we have made that a priority. We don't need a strategic plan to tell us that. However, we're spending a significant amount of money, time, and resources to bring curriculum into the district to do that. So now the strategic plan goals that we will be able to write this spring will be much more robust. We have curriculum in math and language arts. We have a decision around dual language. We can say, here is our year 1 of dual language. This is where we want the dual language to look. This is what we want it to look like in 5 years after we implement the 3 pillars of dual language. We don't need to spend 2 years talking about it. We've done it. Now we can write a 5-year goal to say, this is how we're starting the program, and this is where we envision it to be in 5 years. We made a goal around curriculum to look at our curriculum adoptions every 5 years. That's going to align very right along with strategic planning. We're going to be in year 1 of a strategic plan. In 5 years, we'll be looking at our curriculum adoptions again. Paul has said this, and I support it 100%. We should be talking about redistricting every 5 years, not every 20 years. So we're going to redistrict, hopefully, this spring. And then part of our strategic plan goal should be in 5 years, we're looking at redistricting again as our enrollment needs change. I had another one. Oh, equity. We spent 2 years talking about our equity action goals, and we went through a full-blown equity audit. And we have equity goals, we have equity plans, and all of that is going to undergird any work that we do moving forward with our strategic plan. So we have done some really critical initiatives, equity work, dual language, curriculum adoptions, making sure that we are going to be addressing the needs of our students academically, and redistricting. Those are huge things that this board took on, and I am proud to say you didn't need to admire that problem for 2 years to make some decisions. We made some decisions, and now we're going to be able to write some really robust and rigorous goals for where we are now and where we see ourselves in 5 years. So I've said that before. I just wanted to reiterate it since we had so many people come forward to talk about that tonight.
Time for questions or comments?
Yeah.
Board members, comments or questions? Anyone? Go ahead, Robbie.
So, just a a couple things here on this presentation. One, for the, on the pros and cons slide about, or rather the con slide about Wiley is a single DL school. This slide, yeah, where there's the number of classrooms that would need to be added. A comment was made that if you add French DL to the same building, it would need an additional 3 classrooms. And I would just point out that I'm sure that people of the French DL program hear that and they think that means the program is going to stay a tiny program. And, if it is actually to grow and get larger, then ideally they would need more than 3 classrooms over time. And if you build them an extra 3 rooms in this building, they're going to outgrow that building very quickly. So if we are going to talk about a single DL school at Wiley, I would say you would keep French at a different location so that way it can grow. And that would actually save money as well. Another thing is...
Can I add a comment before you move on? This slide actually says 4 classes for French dual language because we do want to have the option if we need to offer a single kindergarten if there is future growth. So
okay.
Someone may have said 3, but we actually wrote on here 4 classes.
I see. Okay, then. Well, the same could be said about 4 classes for the comments I just made about 3. Nonetheless, the next thing I want to point out is there's reference to this proposal or plan made by some Lille parents. That was Brianna Lawrence, what's her name? Sarah Jansen and Mari Altschuler. And they had put together this proposal with maps of the buildings, how many students would be in classes. And I think that was a rather good presentation because, as a proposal, when you're talking about being collaborative with the community and engaging and discussing ideas, I think that was very helpful as far as seeing that the feasibility, because when those individuals, as well as others, had approached me like a year ago about a K-6 model, I was like, talking to the Lille parents, I was like, where are they going to go? Are you going to get rid of drama and art in favor of the 6th grade classrooms? But it turns out it would actually work by making, as you put on your own slide here, King a 2-strand and Lille a 2-strand. And in their proposal with that, when you talk about equity of issues, the Orchard Downs kids have been crapped on for decades. And so this could potentially would also move them to a location closer to where they live. So you have that option with Orchard Downs to actually move them closer to their home rather than with some of these other groups. So when it comes to certifications and such, it's kind of how you approach a question. So if your approach is with the predetermined answer that the answer is no, we're not even going to consider it anymore, then you have these laundry list of cons. So, for example, when the elementary principal was speaking in public comment about how they're going to add more students to my school, I don't know how I can manage all that. Well, if you remove a strand, it's really going to be a very similar number of students is what you have. When you talk about how will they all go through the cafeteria, what's the same number of students? Just different age groups. So a lot of those cons really, if you put a concrete plan together, don't apply. So the thing that, easily in a few moments here, these other folks at this black table could say, it's all crazy talk. We're already pigeonholed down this road of inevitability, and then my conversation will be over, I guess. But the thing is, if you do both of these things, because what are the problems? The problems are you're trying to offload an overcrowded middle school. So by moving all of 6th grade to elementary schools, you do that. You want to make a single do language school. So if you do that at Wiley, you do that. And then that saves all of the multiple moves and frustrations of the people. Granted, some will still have to move because of redistricting, but a large portion may not have to move. And that allows some stability. And in doing both of those plans at the same time, you have to wait till the 25-26 school year, or possibly the next one, for Wiley to be renovated fully. The previous estimate was fall of 2025. I don't know if that extra 4 buildings and concrete walls will add that much more time to it, but maybe it will. But that will give you 1 to 2 years more of what's going on now, so there's not so many transitions for the kids that, the original Wiley students, more of them will transition off into middle school. People that had to move, there's more stability as opposed to everybody changing every year in a row. So those are the things I just wanted to bring up here with this discussion.
I'd like to make a comment. I find it very offensive to talk about the students who are in the EL program at King in such a way and putting words into people's mouths around the program that they've had. I think what we tried to show is that we have a very strong program there that has been extremely successful for many years, and that by displacing those students and making it a two-strand, while there may be the benefit to being closer to their home, the dismantling of that program and the services they have received and the services that they may need in the future are negatively impacted.
A quick question for Katie. It's getting impossible to kind of do this because I know that you guys threw this together, on a short week with lots of other things going on. But you spent a lot of time talking about the budget implications of the building, right? And yeah, they're worthy of concern. But what concerns me more are the operating budget implications, because that's going to live with us not just for the cost of one building, but year after year after year, when we're already looking at trying to figure out how we're going to deal with increasing costs we have in the next year and the year after. So was there any, thought given on, in terms of staffing, how much additional cost going to a K-6 model would cost the district?
That wasn't an analysis that I performed. I don't know if Jennifer wants to.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't actually count out the number of staff. We do know that we would have to have additional elective teachers and fine arts teachers. We would have to have, we'd have to hire people, because I can tell you right now what Angie said is true. The conversations people are having over at UMS about this today is, there are very few people at that building who are going to want to be in a K-6. There may be some, but I didn't talk to any today. And so we will be looking for quite a few teachers. We didn't do math to figure out exactly how much. Right now we average, is it 60,000 when we say, so when we budget for a staff member, we budget for about a $60,000 ad, including their salary and benefits. So that is quite a few additional FTE.
And that's a first-year teacher.
And that's a first-year
Just
teacher.
making sure.
Yes. That's just our number we use for
Yes,
budgeting.
just for
When we
vacancies.
just budget for vacancies. But yeah, it would be a significant cost just for staffing purposes.
And I mean, as far as ads go, though, I mean, the existing number of 6th grade team classrooms, you know, if you take all the teachers that are currently at the 6th grade level, that same number of teachers would be needed. You'd have the classrooms of the teachers that would then go out. So I think the ads would be on the specials side. That would all need to be figured out. I'm definitely not an expert in that area, but that's something we could spend more time analyzing if we were
So we have
required
enough
to.
long-term sub openings at UMS that any teacher that we might want to involuntarily transfer to the elementary, to this K-6 model, could just stay at the 7th and 8th grade building and fill one of those long-term sub vacancies that we have right now. And then we would then have to go out and find these 6th grade teachers to work in this K-6 space.
The other question I have was for Beth. What are the implications of a K-6 model be on special ed services at the 6th grade level in those buildings?
Yeah, I think it speaks not just to special ed, but also to the idea of having 7 grade levels in one building, which is different. You think about pre-K, we have 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, so you've got a span of 3. At middle school, we have 3 grades, a span of 3. We have 6 at elementary right now, which is a pretty significant span and is felt by our specials teachers in having to cross over K, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and add a 6th. So all of your specials people, your related service providers, your psychologists, your speech language, they're going to be spanning across more developmental levels, more grades, more diverse needs than they do in any other space we have in our public school system right now.
Anyone else questions or comments?
I have a lot of comments based on everything that I've read from parents and I've heard tonight, and it'd probably take a little bit too long. It's already 11 o'clock at night, and I'd like to take a second chance and bring it up next time for all the different, address all the different items. I do want to emphasize, though, that I'm looking forward to redistricting conversations. I think a lot of these, like what you've said, Ravi, about the maps that were made. I mean, we have to know where these students are coming from first, and not just saying we're going to put so many bodies in a particular classroom in a particular school. We have to really see where these children are coming from and find the best location for them. There are just too many students that need to be in the appropriate schools. And as I said, I look forward for parents to come back and to listen to the presentation and then come back as a board to discuss some of the things that we've learned.
Anyone else? All right, thanks. The end of our discussion. We do have a consent agenda tonight, starting off with the minutes from the January 23rd business meeting, the January 25th special meeting, the January 30th BOE UEA roundtable, and the February 6th study session. We also have bills and checks. Education fund bills for $1.7 million, operation and maintenance fund bills for $266,000, bond and interest fund bills for $212, transportation fund bills for $317,000, working cash bonds for $125,000, school facility occupancy tax for $175,000, tort for $79,000, life safety levy for $33,000, payroll, salary, and benefits for $4.4 million, and the Urbana Adult Education for $243,000. There's a list of personnel items that we need approval for, along with an approval of an administrative personnel item. There's also a resolution authorizing and directing the sale of disposal of property, including King and Leal library books, and then some vehicles and lawn equipment that needs to be disposed of as well. Does anybody wish to remove any of these items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the entire consent agenda as read.
I move to approve the entire as read.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Vice President Exum? Yes. President Pulowski?
Yes, we have an additional action item for gifts. Bob and Lorraine Venable donated $500 to the Urbana High School baseball program. Is there a motion to accept this gift and send out an appropriate thank you?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We do have a call for a future special executive meeting that's on Monday night. So that's our board retreat with IASB, and following that we will have an executive session to perform our superintendent evaluation. Superintendent's report.
We'll just post this with the board update tomorrow. It's short, but we can save a few minutes, and we'll just post it tomorrow when we send out the update.
We do have 3 FOIAs that were processed. The first from Tom Schroeder. Current student enrollment data for our district and each school in our district. The district and school data should include the same student demographics and other categories that are reported in the Illinois report card. And the student enrollment data for each grade level at each school in our district. Grade level data does not need to include demographics or other categories. Instead, it should include subtotals by education programs, e.g. FDL, SDL, CC, ED, Gen Ed. Another from Tom Schroeder, all text messages sent or received by the superintendent that included public employees or officials, contain public information, or otherwise pertain to public business. The term text message is inclusive of SMS, MMS, iMessage, Google Chat, and any similar short or instant message service that may have been used. The requested time period is from December 2023 to present. And the last is from Sherry Reed from Smart Procure, variety of vendor information. It's time for board reports. Anybody have a board report this evening? If not,
Real quickly, come to Read Across America, March 2nd. See you at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. I will be there. The chair would then entertain a motion to enter closed session for the purpose of personnel.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Hasanaka?
Yes.
Member Langendorf, yes. Member Baxley?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Vice President Exum? Yes. President Pulowski?
Yes, we're in closed session, so we'll begin as soon as the room is cleared.